Yo, what's good, Dev guys? Welcome to another late night stream. Um, did I stream yesterday? Did I stream yesterday? I don't fucking remember, bro. The days are blurring together. Wait, what did I do yesterday? What was yesterday? Saturday, right? Oh yeah, I didn't stream. Yeah, I ain't even gonna lie. We stayed up Friday night, going into Saturday morning. I streamed, but I had to wake up at 8:30 on Saturday so that I could get ready to go to my nephew's game. And my wife got her hair dyed. So we were in Austin for like five. Well, actually we were in Austin from 10:30 to 6:30, which is a long ass fucking time. I was hoping to get back to the house by 2, maybe 3 o'clock max. I didn't think dyeing a woman's hair would take that long, but that shit took 5 hours, bro. Holy fuck. I told her, you never doing this again in Austin. Like, get that shit done in the city that we live in so I don't. Jesus Christ. Look at those nipples. Um, I'm not trying to wait fucking 5 hours for you to get your hair done, man. Love you to death, but Jesus, that's a long time. Um, yeah, so we got home and I ended up going to sleep at the wrong, like, I couldn't sleep comfortably waiting for her to get her hair done and shit. So I didn't get to really sleep until I got to the house. I ended up sleeping all the way until, mm, I think I probably slept, I want to say till 2 a.m. today. I woke up and I was like, I ain't gonna be able to stream. It's too late or too early for some people. I was like, I might as well just chill, do some research. I got in the Discord. I was asking some questions. I did some stuff on my laptop. Oh yeah, them nipples was hard as a bitch. Um, I'm a dude at the end of the day, man. I don't niggas be trying to act like robots and shit like they don't care about that stuff. I see nipples and titties and I see that stuff, okay? I am a dude. When I go to sleep, I'm a dude. When I wake up, I'm a dude. When I get on the stream, I'm a dude. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm not. Like I don't see them nipples. Yeah. I woke up early this morning and probably stayed up till like 9. No, I definitely stayed up till 12. Yeah. I stayed up till 12. Actually, I feel like I stayed up till I woke up at 9 and stayed up till 2. That's what happened. Yeah, so I seen Apex, the playoff finals. TSM fucking literally, bro. TSM had the game in their hands. They had it. There was them and two other teams, and they were on match point, and they started looking to one side to kill the team that was low ground, and then another team came up behind them and killed them, fucked them up. And then in the next two games, another team cucked them, and then in the next game, another team won. I was like, fuck. I'm the opposite. Oh, you're a girl? Wait, is that what you mean? You're a girl? Sorry if I offended you. Um, Not gonna lie to you. Uh, that I I'm sorry. Sorry that may have offended you. If it didn't, we could. But if so, I ain't shit I could do, man. I seen it, and my brain saw it and said something. And I try to tell my wife sometimes I can't control. Like that's another reason I don't like being around people because I can't control that from happening. I can, but it hurts almost. It's a painful thing to try to hold in something. So my wife she cool with it now. She knows that it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem. I think it's a thing that I have. Like we was at my nephew's baseball game, and I'm seeing all these mamas. I'm like, damn, she got ass. Damn, look at those titties. And my wife's just like, who? She's a cool chick. She understands that when I say stuff like that, I'm not being a dog necessarily. I'm more being like observant. That's something I can't help. Sometimes I'm like, ooh, like it gets a little bit of doggish, and maybe she'll get a little angry then. But for the most part, she understands that I have no intentions. There's nothing wrong with looking at the merchandise. When you go to a store and you can't buy nothing, you still touch it, still see how you might even go try it on. But you can't, you can't buy that shit. So I feel like this should be the same thing when you're a married man. I know I can't fuck with another chick, but I should be able to look at least look, at the most comment on the shit. Cause if not, then I'm just pushing shit down into my stomach, and that's what I think causes relationships to be. You know what I'm saying? Niggas don't feel like. Now, excuse me if I say that word a lot. I'm black. Kind of grew up around it, but people don't really try to express themselves, and they end up exploding. Essentially, I think that's what causes men to cheat. If they feel like they can't be a man, they feel like they gotta go to the maximum to be a man and shouldn't cheat on that girl. I'm a girl. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. All men are like this. I guarantee you that. All men are like me. Some men change the way that they are so that women could find them more pleasing. Because they know if they were the true men that they are, they would have less of a chance to be with a woman. And I wonder if women understand that men we're all the same. Like literally all the same, unless you're, homosexual. Then you essentially you're still the same. You're just looking at it in a different, you know what I'm saying, with some different goggles on. But so we all got the same ticks, man. So you get you a girl that understands that, you good. All right. So in the Discord today, I was having a conversation with Megafunk, the guy who wrote the mass sample project, and I was talking to him about my ideas with this ability system, and he had some ideas, I had some ideas. We fought, we laughed, we loved. He told me to run a test to see how this could scale with more than a few entities, so I'm gonna do that today. But the other thing I wanted to do today was write a state tree. Like basically the way that the state tree works is that it feels like it's always processing. If I'm not mistaken, the state tree, and I actually need to pay for this. I haven't upgraded my license, and it's only because their website was down the other day. You got Discord? Yeah, I got a server. It should be here. Let me go to my my links. What is this called? Link tree. Yeah, I got a server, and I'm normally available at either the wee hours of the night or throughout the day. If I like, sometimes I'll wake up out of my sleep just to check what's going on in the Discord. Most days I do that, just because constant notifications going on. Discord is in there. That button. But yeah, when I was talking about the Discord, I was talking about mass, the Unreal Slackers mass section here. We're having quite of a long conversation about the way that everything works in ECS and stuff. He shared a link that I had researched a while back when I was thinking of this system. But essentially, he didn't think that this was a good way to go about this. Mainly because he didn't realize that all of my entities are going to have this archetype where they have strength, stamina, mana. They're going to have all of these fragments on them no matter what. But he did it. He sent me some code that was pretty good to make it to where for each of these attribute types right here. So maybe I have an array of attribute types that could be added to or something like that, and then you can essentially, because there might be an archetype that doesn't have strength, stamina, and mana. But I feel like putting all of these on the entities would just make it a lot simpler. So I'll do that. I'll do that instead of trying to, make a bunch of archetypes, which is apparently frowned upon in ECS. Like having a bunch of different archetypes is a problem. Okay, so yeah, back predicted. Okay, that's not getting made, and then we got the debug. Okay, so the mass processor, like the state tree processor, which I think is built into the engine. I'll just open up the project and see what that thing is, because there's a state tree. Actually, here, I won't open it up. I forgot I need to pay for this, or they probably gonna yell at me for not paying for it. Let me do that real quick. All right, hold on real quick. We gotta pay for this thing. Billing date was yesterday, and I need to renew. It should already have my payment shit on there. That's wrong though. Let's do this. Usually just buy a year of this, and that way I don't have to worry about paying per month. Oh, do I got money in there? I'll use this one. Oh, I can use my debit card. Yeah, fuck that. I'll just use my debit card. God damn it. Fucking tax hit me for $9. All right. So we got our account going back, and we can come back here. I'm not doing any private information on the stream. Oh, so yeah, there is this state tree trait, I believe it is. Mass state tree trait, this guy. So this trait has a object pointer that points to a state tree, and I'm guessing, oh, I've never seen this validate template. I'm guessing that this build template looks like it gets the manager here. We get a mass state tree subsystem as well. If we don't have it, return. If we don't have a state tree, return. And if the state tree is not ready to run, return. And here we get a fmass state tree shared fragment. So it's a shared fragment that wraps a state tree around it, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do a shared fragment. The reason they're doing the shared fragment is for AI. So AI can run a specific state tree. But I want to do, shit, that hurt. I want to do something similar to this. And this is make sure we have all the required, make sure all the required substance can be found. this subsystem, the world subsystem, the U subsystem. So this is just a validation thing. But basically they add a shared fragment. You can see here they get a fconst shared struct. It's a state tree fragment, and we get or create a shared fragment by using this shared state tree, which we get here. We basically create it right here, set its data, and then call this function right here, and then we add the fmass state tree instance fragment, which has an instance handle to the state tree, and then the last time it was used to calculate ticking delta time. So there's something that these guys are actually being used in, so we can find usages of it. God damn it. So we got a state tree processor that looks like it's handling the ticking of the goddamn. It's a lot going on up in there. We got a type name for each entity chunk. Tfunc callback. Why is this customized? All right, let's try to figure this out. Okay, so they created a struct here that's a fcache external data view, and it can be constructed with a state tree external data handle and a state tree data view, which, let's see where the fuck that is. State tree types. Yeah, it's on state tree type. So this is the handle to access an external struct or object. Use the templated version below, which is this guy. And I don't see them using a type name. They just use it directly in there. So you got the handle and the view, and then you set a member variable on the struct to that. And then fcache external data, which is a T array of fcache external views, data views, and it has a pointer to a const pointer to a cache state tree. So I'm guessing this is to so that you don't have to constantly find where this state tree is in memory. I might not be able to do that in the way that I'm trying to use it. But it could be possible to where, okay, if you really think about it, the way that they're using a shared fragment for the state tree so that there's only one version of it is actually smart, because if I think about my state tree in a way where it's like for my ability set, it's only it's a set of abilities. So there's two ways I could do it. I could have a state tree that fires per ability, or I could have a state tree per ability set. So the state tree itself, you're back. Okay. Did you join the Discord? I know how that gets. No rush. But I could have a state tree that just has every state that player can be in for the abilities. So I know I'm going to have a tactical, a lethal, and an ultimate ability. So I can have a tactical, a lethal, and an ultimate state. And then those states can only transition into one another if you cancel the previous state and activate the bottom state. Something like that. To where, say I have a certain set of abilities that's a specific element type, that could be a constant, that could be a constant pointer, because if I got 50 players in the game and 20 of them are using that attribute set, then there's no reason to have 20 different pointers in memory when I could just have one, because the ability set is the same. You could just have one and have them all pull from that one, and then I would have literally four, like depending on how many ability sets I have. Right now I think I got 4 planned out, or 5 maybe, I think. I could have 5 constant things in memory that everybody could pull from, so it'll be a little bit easier to it will be a little bit easier on the memory side. So I might take something out of their book here, but I want to do maybe a little bit different naming structure so that this processor doesn't run when I'm trying to process my ability state trees. Like external, these look like internal functions that's going to get called inside of this right here. And then they made a templated function here, but I don't get why they did this. Why don't they leave comments on this shit? So yeah, it looks like this is basically a template that allows you to pass in any callback function here. This is the lambda function here. Just because they wrote a specific for each entity chunk here that takes in a cache external data, and which I think is that struct up top. Yeah, so it takes in cache external data reference. It takes in a mass execution context, an entity manager, a signal subsystem, a mass state tree subsystem, and then you got the callback. Then you got your TRA view, state tree instance list. It's mutatable because you need to change the state on it. Excuse me. And then you got to have this fmass state tree shared fragment, which is so this is constant. This is not going to change. I wonder what they're doing with that. So they grab the number of entities that are sharing the same state tree because they all should have the same storage format. Assuming that all entities share the same state tree because they all should have the same storage format. We go here, we check that this number is greater than 0. And here we set a constant pointer to our state tree equal to the share state trees reference to a state tree. We initialize the execution context if change between chunks. So I'm guessing if a new entity gets added to the chunk, you'll initialize this execution context so that it probably only runs over here. Let's make sure. So cache external data dot cache state tree is not equal to state tree. If the one that we cache is not equal to this guy that we just found from the share state tree, we want to check if the state tree is equal to null pointer or if it's not ready to run. I'm yawning a lot. What's good, squirrel? If that's the case, we'll return. If not, we're gathering the subsystems. So we are ensuring and sending a message here. We'll collect the external subsystems, which is one of these guys up here. So it looks like it's outputting. Yeah, these are outputs. So it writes. No, this is the input. So it's getting this the state tree subsystems world, and then it's dereferencing this state trees pointer because this takes in a const reference, and then it takes in a cache external data, which I need to see this to see if it's writing to anything. Yeah, you can see right here automatically this cache external data's cache state tree gets this written to it. What are you talking about? Oh God, what did I do? I think I fucking oh fuck, hold on. I think I paid for Rider on the wrong account. 1 second, I gotta see which account I'm signed in on the fucking thing. God damn it. JetBrains Rider. Okay, maybe I'm signed into the wrong email. 1 second, I gotta look at this for a second. It's telling me my license should already be renewed. Maybe I need to I need to activate it. I'm tripping. So I need to go in here and activate. Whoops. What the fuck? Come on. Where's my manage license option at? There we go. Activate. And we're going to activate it from our account. There she is. Woo! All right, we good to 2024. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, so they automatically writing to this cache external data, and it's resetting the data views. And if our world is equal to null pointer, we're returning false. Then this is set to true by default, and then we iterate over the state trees, get external data. Why the fuck are they data descriptions? So we iterate over this and we get the data descriptors dot struct, and the data descriptors dot struct is a child of a UWorld system. What? I don't know what the fuck is happening over here. I don't know what this is. So what is this said U struct, but it's cast into a U class using a constant class to a U struct pointer with this to raw pointer data descriptor dot struct. I've never seen this ever. This is a weird way to cast. It's like casting from a U struct to get a U world subsystem. But why are we holding a U world subsystem in a U struct? Like in a class or struct of the external data. I don't understand. Are they casting it to a U, or is there a way to is there a way to minimize something down to a U struct and then use that to cast to the actual class that it is? I wonder if that's a way to minimize the data. I'm not sure. Because a U world subsystem is a U subsystem, which is a U object base, U object base. Yeah, that goes all the way down to U object base. A U struct goes down to U field. Ah, it is a U object. Okay. Didn't know that. I've never seen this before though. Then we got a world subsystem pointer is equal to world, which comes from here. I get subsystem base of the subclass. If the subsystem is valid, we cache it in our data views by placing it using the handle. Where are we getting this from? Oh, from okay, from the range loop. So we get this handle, and then we give it F state tree data view with the subsystem. I don't understand any of this shit. So with this F state tree data view, you can construct it using a U object and must have type with valid pointer. And you can construct it with an F struct view, but I think we're constructing it with a U object. God damn. Yeah, I don't understand any of this. I don't know how to break this down. Else, if this data descriptor dot requirement is equal to e state tree external data requirement required, uh, no, not breaking here so that we can validate all missing ones in one go. F mass state tree execution context are external data views valid. And so this will set this false, and then it wants to initialize the rest of them, even if one of them. I don't. So it's saying if this descriptor's requirement. Oh, so if our subsystem is not valid, we check if it's required. If it is required, we set this to false, and this will make the function assert wherever that is, wherever that was. That's the trait. We were over here. It'll make this assert with a message saying that the state tree will not execute due to missing subsystem requirements, but we would initialize the rest of the ones that were able to be found. But I wonder why this is necessary. We're iterating over the entities, and we grab an entity handle. We grab our state tree instance fragment. From that entity index, our state tree instance data pointer by using the subsystem to get the instance data and passing in a handle. Yeah, I feel like this is going to be necessary. Like this is going to be necessary for this. And I wonder if it's because the processor can't hold any state. So the state is maintained in the subsystem, and then the processor is then reaching into the subsystem to get to either change the state or to get the current state. This looks like a lot of fucking work. I ain't even gonna lie to you. To reproduce. I thought it was gonna be something simple. All right, so here we got a state tree execution context, which is a little bit different from our regular F mass execution context. So we got a state tree execution context, and we pass in a subsystem for the mass state tree, a dereference pointing to our state tree, dereference pointing to our instance data, entity manager, signaling system, and the context. I'm guessing we are using this guy to actually get the data that we need to use this guy. And then we set the entity for the state tree context to this. And set entity, I think, initializes stuff. It doesn't actually set an entity. Oh no, this actually sets an entity. Okay, cool. And we iterate over the cache external data views, and we set the external data view inside the state tree context, which is this right here. F state tree execution context. Extends F state tree execution. Where the fuck is this at? AI behavior. So it extends F state tree execution context to provide additional data to evaluators and tasks related to mass simulation. Yeah, so that's gonna be necessary, I think. Or this using this kind of setup might be necessary, since you have to. Yeah, I'm thinking you have to pass some data from the processor to the evaluators inside of the actual state tree. That feels a little bit overwhelming with the amounts of stuff that needs to happen. Now, I wonder if this is more generic than streamlined for something specific. Because if it's generic, then I could use it as I can use this the way that this is already written as a way to pass the data, and then just figure out which data they're passing. It looks like they're passing an entity through. They're setting an entity manager. Is there any functions in here? So begin delay transition. And this is State tree execution context is a helper that is used to update and access state tree instance data. The context is meant to be temporary, and you should not store a context across multiple frames. The owner is used as the owner is used as the owner of the instantiated U objects in in the instance data and logging. It should have the same or greater lifetime as the instance data. In common case, you can use a constructor or init to initialize the context. So we got fmask state tree execution context with the get owner, state tree reference, instance data, and then if set context requirements passes, we tick the context. So there's a tick function in here somewhere as well. So I'm guessing that's ticking the actual state tree. So I feel like there's a layer that's there for storing the state, and then that layer that's storing the state has a reference to the actual state tree that needs to be updated. And every frame that the processor is running, it's updating that state, which is then updating the state tree. So I think there's an in-between layer for maintaining the state across multiple, because it says here that it shouldn't be it should not store a context across multiple frames. So I think every frame you create a new context and you use the data that has already been stored from the last frame in the subsystem, I'm guessing, and you use that to update anything that you need to update. Damn, that feels fucking overwhelming. There's a lot of stuff going on in there. And then I gotta think about replication. I might not use this just because of how difficult it's going to be. And of course, I'm not the best programmer for this type of stuff. On paper, I felt like it was going to be easy. Like I'd add this was my idea. I would add a tag or a fragment to my player. Like, let's go to the drawing board. Yeah, my vision for this was a lot simpler, I think. This is just a little scratch board I was making. But yeah, in my vision, the player would press a key, and I wrote this down somewhere. So this is a key press. And from this key press, since there's only a specific amount of keys, each key would send a tag, right? So each key would send a tag that says this is the, let's just say key dot tactical or whatever, right? So it'll send this tag, and of course the system itself knows what archetype you are. So say you are using a fire-based archetype. This is known globally. So you press a key, a tag is added. So this is a fragment. A tag is added to your player's archetype. And if this, there would be a processor that's waiting for this event or waiting for this fragment to be added, and then it would basically grab the subsystem where this information is stored, or maybe I would have to pass more data, but I could actually, the key could be the data. So I can go key.tactical.fire, right? Since it's a fire-based player. And the observer will be waiting for this fragment. And once it gets this fragment, it will read the tag and say, oh, okay, let me get the ability subsystem or whatever it's called. And then this ability subsystem has a list of abilities, right? So it knows for, and let's say this is another archetype down here. It knows for tactical, let's just abbreviate. So this is key press dot tactical dot fire, that this is the ability state tree. So that this is the state tree that should run. And for key press dot lethal dot fire, this is the state tree that should run here. And basically I wanted to do this where it was a give and go type of situation where you press the key, the data gets fetched, and it tells this state tree to enter its root state, because everything that is inside of this state tree should happen. A minus something stop, like minus an event from outside of this outside of this ecosystem, like you get hit with a attack that silences you so you can't use any abilities, minus something like that. When you hit this key, that state tree should run all the way through. Minus, of course, it's going to check to see if you can activate the ability. If you have, you know, that can activate ability is mostly checking for mana, maybe cooldowns or anything like that. So you'd have the state tree process, or basically this key will find, or this fragment will get added, and it'll automatically fetch this data right here. So it wouldn't do, this processor would just be a handoff. Like it would tell this state tree to run. That's how simple I thought it was going to be. And since there is a possibility that the player needs to maintain a state that the processor could need to have information about that state. But in my mind, when you press the key, the fragment gets added, right? So you press the key, the fragment gets added, and then most of my abilities were going to be like where they kind of take over. So you press the key, and then this state tree starts, and then inside of the state tree, it'll wait for another key press, like a confirm or a cancel input, and depending on that, it would run the rest of the state tree, or right here it'll exit out of the state tree and put you back into, like, you know, the base state. But I feel like all edge cases can't be covered with this, since when I'm going into this state that I don't cache, I have to cache the current state somewhere. And maybe that could be cached in the subsystem. So if you activate an ability, it will get your current, like, and by state, I mean, like, did you have your primary weapon out? Did you have your secondary weapon out? Did you have no weapon out? That state I could probably put it inside this fragment right here, where this is your requested state, and your current state is one of these type of things. Or that's a little bit hard, because now what if your requested state is a tactical, but your current state right now is in an ultimate state? So this is why gas is so much better, because or not better, but this is why I would want to use gas. But already looked at the trying to implement gas, and holy fuck, it's probably the same amount of work as this, but worse performance, I think. Hmm. There is another option I have that is kind of similar to gas, but it's a plugin, and I didn't want to start introducing multiple plugins to the way things go. So it's like fuck. But yeah, I hadn't got to this point yet. I think I have a little bit of planning inside of this board over here for like the actual way that the abilities will flow. Yeah, I got an activation flow, but I didn't really think about maintaining the previous state, and also the processor having knowledge of what's going on with the state. But maybe that's something that I I did see somewhere that not everything should be activated, or not everything needs to be completely mass oriented. So I could, in all honesty, and it would be easier if I use a system like Able. So if I think about, then let me go back to my scratch board. I don't want to put this on here. We'll put it on here if it starts making sense. So with Able, what I could do is I could organize it in a way where we have a fragment. Let me get closer. And of course, I still want everything to kind of go through mass. That way, um, if I have a bunch of entities that need to activate an ability at the same time in one frame, I could process them all at the same time. So, for instance, I could have it to where, say you press your key, and this key is specific to the ability it will activate. So once again, we can still do the tag thing. We can still make it to where uh, this will send a gameplay tag. So this will send a gameplay tag somewhere. And I'm thinking as the simplest way. This wouldn't even send a gameplay tag. It's even simpler than that. This would get my entity and just add a fragment to that entity with that ability. Actually, that wouldn't even be necessary either. But like I said, I do need to write it in a way where, because of course, if the most simple way to do this would be for this key to directly activate an ability, right? So this is my ability that I want to activate. This is my fireball. Let's just use that as an example. This is my fireball, and when I press this key, the able ability would just run its logic, right? So able, this would not interface with mass in the most simple world possible. This key would just activate this ability. And realistically, just to keep everything in a way where the data is contiguous, this key would send a tag, and that tag would fetch from a list of abilities for this, and then that would activate it, so that I don't actually have to store a pointer on for each ability on the player. I just store it in one place and fetch it and activate it from here. Since the abilities are going to be the same either way, just not the end portion of it. Like, so when this when this spawns its fireball, that entity that gets spawned will be dependent on your attributes. So the actual fireball is dependent on your damage attributes, and it'll subtract from your mana and things like that. Yes, of course. Fireball, best spell. Yeah, it's the easiest one to think about since it's just a one-off action. It doesn't have too many states that it has to maintain. Like, it doesn't have really well, realistically, you would have a state, a aiming state and a casting state. So if I would break this down, this would be like a two-part thing. So here I'm aiming, and then when I actually activate, I would fire right here. So this is a fire, right? IDK fam, I just got here. Oh yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, I'm pretty much planning out the way that I want to go about the second side of my ability system. So I just did some reading of the source code for the state tree. I don't know if you know anything about Mass and Unreal right now, but the state tree code seems like it's really complicated for something that I don't need that much complication for. So I want to find a way to simplify it essentially, but still keep the ability to use the features of Mass where I'm able to process multiple, like let's just say and you got to think about this in the sense where we're in this world where if it's PvP, it could be anywhere from, let's just max out the numbers, but let's say we're in this world and we have these 4 quadrants, and each of these 4 quadrants have a section like this. I'm drawing a 6-pack, and then in each of these sections there's an event with AI protecting it. So if we're looking at this from a sense where there's going to be multiple players activating abilities every frame, yeah, you want to use something like an ECS that will gather everything that added an ability fragment and process it and just tell it to fire, instead of all, like, say there's 10 AI here, and I'll use another color so that it looks different. Yeah, say there's 10 AI in this section here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe there's 5 over here. Maybe there's 8 over here. 3, 6, 8, right? And that gives us 20. So that's 23 total AI in these sections over here that could all potentially fire an ability at one time. So instead of the OOP way, which is saying, okay, this guy fired an ability, process it. This guy fired an ability, process it. Instead, we gather everyone that fired an ability and then just run through all of them really quickly. So gather them up and run through them quickly, instead of trying to find a pointer to this guy's ability system and then firing his ability, trying to find a pointer to this guy's ability system, and so on and so forth. So I still want to be able to take benefit of using the memory in a contiguous way. Amazing art, thanks. This is my 6-pack world or 8-pack world. But yeah, I still want to take advantage of the way ECS processes data. And the best way I think to do that is to fire a key, use this key to fire an event that adds a fragment to the character. And when that fragment is added, we read from the data in that fragment and then tell an ability to fire for whatever ability that got passed through. So essentially we need 3 parts to this system, and I'm gonna put it over here because I think I'm getting it now. Instead of doing 10 to 10, you should be an artist. Cap. So you just process all the code at the same time instead of doing it one at a time. Yeah. So with ECS, basically it if you got a if you have archetypes with the same fragments, it'll bunch them together instead of trying to find them all separate. Instead of trying to find a pointer to whatever you're doing separately, it'll just say, "Oh, this archetype. Okay, bet I know that archetype. Let me just fill up an array for as many as you got. If you got 23, I'll try to fit as many as I can in one line, and then you can run through that one line as fast as possible." Instead of 23 all over the place in memory. It's hard to explain without a diagram, but there's a lot of information about like ECS and how it works with the contiguous memory. But yeah, I think this is going to be different. I'll probably just put it in a note. Yeah, so from what I'm thinking, we only need to fire the we can still interface with mass by adding a fragment when the key is fired. And then this also allows for like that same logic to be used whenever an enemy is trying to activate an ability. So with the mass state tree, with the mass state tree logic that's going on here, I can make AI run a state tree specific to their archetype. So if I got a fire enemy that shoots out fireballs, I got an ice enemy that shoots out ice balls, they would each have a state tree that says, okay, look for enemy, get in range of enemy, and then fire this ability. So I'd still be able to use the same logic of grabbing the actual ability that needs to be fired the same way in both AI and player control characters. And this way it's more flexible in my mind. But basically we want to fire a key that fetches we want to the key press needs to fire a it needs to add a I said ass. It needs to add a fragment to the owning entity, and basically once the fragment is added, I gotta type this out. That's the next logic phase would be fetching. I gotta say it out loud so that I can keep my train of thought. My brain does some weird shit. And actually, we could even we can even check requirements. So actually the next phase, I wish I could make this go this way. It's weird how this is formatted in kind of annoying. Yeah, but the next phase wouldn't actually be this. It would be checking the let me say, checking the entities. Against the and this is good. So that's a mana check, check or cooldown tag check. And basically this would allow for the processor that's running on both the client and the server to kind of predict the next phase. So if I have a fireball ability that requires 15 mana and I press the Q key, which activates that request to fire the fireball, it will add that fragment to me saying, hey, I want to use the fireball ability. That's the fragment that gets added to me as an entity. And then the processor says, oh shit, somebody wants to activate an ability. Let me grab that fragment, check the requirements for the ability to activate. So that's 15 mana. So I grab the entities. So with that fragment being added to the entity, I also have the entity itself, and I'd be able to check what value that entity has as a mana. So if I got 20 mana, I'd grab that and check that against the 15 that I require. If that's the case, okay, we'll go ahead and let the ability activate and fire. And then I wouldn't do any subtraction from the mana because the ability could be canceled on the back end. So what would happen is once the ability is in its fire state, we're in the state to fire the ability, which puts me in a confirm or cancel type of state where I could either throw it or cancel it. Once it confirms, we might even I think we might manually subtract the mana right there from that instance, but that's still not taking advantage of English not Englishing. What? My typing. Yeah, I think overall it would take away from the pluses of using an ECS based system. So I might even have the ability add another fragment to the entity that tells it to alter its state or to alter its attributes. So I'm gonna do this in a second. I'm gonna start this up in a second. First, I need to add this plugin. So the reason I think that this plugin will be better is because it doesn't have as much coupling as fucking gas does. Like gas, you need to have an ability. So I guess this is the same thing though, essentially. That fucking sucks, but I guess it's necessary. But but back to what I was saying about gas. Gas itself, in order for you to do damage with gas abilities, you have to have an ability system component. But in this plugin, the ability system component is just a place where the data is cached. So I'll take a look. I'll take a look here. Wait, not there. Library. So it's called Able. Here it is. I wish I could open this up in a new tab or something. So yeah, this is very similar to an ECS way to do abilities, and it doesn't have any coupling. Minus having the component that's on the player. Um, what is this? God damn, that's 6 years ago. That's so long. Yeah, he needs to do some updated tutorials or overviews of that. But that's good that it's so stable that it hasn't been changed. Hopefully this has been changed, upgraded maybe. Okay, so I asked him about this the multi-core shit, which from what I'm understanding is not good on a dedicated server. Network supported, use a secure client server model with minimal data sent across the wire. Abilities are purely functional, use only a small scratch pad structures, keeping memory usage lean and efficient. 20 plus various tasks to build your ability with play animation, play sound, collision query. 16 events, methods that are available in Blueprint. Full AI support and full animation support. Custom editor, built-in testing framework, and intended for all platforms and extendable API. Let's see. I want to look at the documentation because I think the component itself needs to be there, if I'm not mistaken. I'm spending a little over 434,000 USD for what? Why? What the fuck, internet? This website must be trash. Why is that so slow? What could you possibly be spending almost $500,000 on? That sounds like a lot of money. Bro, what in God's name? A new PC? Plus something else? US dollars. There's no way. Do you mean $4,340? There's no way you're spending $500,000 on a fucking PC, right? There's no way that's right. What are you buying, a fucking farm of PCs? That's like a farm of PC. That feels like too much money for a PC. What's that shit gonna do? Create a like what could that is it gonna make the game for you? One PC plus a plane. God damn, why do you need a plane? So that you can work on the plane with the PC? Is the PC integrated into the plane? Okay, maybe that website didn't work. Characters are limited to one active ability at a time, can be interrupted and branched out of. Examples of active ability are dodges, weapon attacks, combos, and spells. By default, characters have no limit to the path. Oh yeah, okay. I just thought of a way to interface this in a way that would be client and server friendly. Because here I could use, so instead of directly applying the buff, I could, and this would save me from, how can I say it? Yeah, if essentially what I'm thinking is using mass as a place to congregate all the things that are getting operated on, and then using this to say, okay, here's what needs to happen. Here's what needs to happen. Okay, all of you guys are getting a okay, think about it like this. You just leveled up to level 3, and if you level up, the enemies should get harder or something like along those lines, right? So we get all the enemies in the level and say, okay, your damage is buffed by 10%. So I would use mass to collect all of those enemies archetypes and tell them to do a certain thing. Like I would add a tag to them, say damage buff tag. I get all of them. Well, I would really add a fragment to them, get all of them collected, and say damage buff fragment, and here's the amount, and here's the pointer to the. I might not even use a pointer. I'd use a tag that would point to a pointer. That would be easier in my mind. And basically, I could write a subsystem. Nah, I'm a pilot, but my last plane broke down, so I'm buying a new one. I have an anime GPU. I could spend 7.745 million on a plane right now if I want. That feels like a lot of money, bro. But if you're a pilot, you're probably making a shit ton of money then. Man is putting NASA to shame with his supercomputer, gold bar GPU, fucking diamond plated CPU. It never overheats. You can overclock it. It'll never fucking overheat or anything like that. It's pocket chain. That's cap. That's cap. Donate 12 million to the stream. No, I'm like, donate 100 million to the screen right now. Donate 100 million. No, I don't even gotta wait for you to donate. Don't worry about that. If I had enough money to buy a plane, I wouldn't be doing this. I'd say that. I wouldn't be doing this bullshit that I'm doing. I'd be a boss somewhere. Okay, so I might skip out, and this is me being lazy. And also, I talked to the team today, and I really want to start getting moving forward because everybody's ready. Everybody's ready. They itching. Nobody's in a rush, but I could tell that they're ready to start working on something other than theory crafting. We did a lot of theory crafting today, but I can sense it that they want to start getting on the tangible stuff, which I could. I was finna really do it. Yeah, I don't even have a way for people to donate. I don't think. But yeah, if you balling out like that, man, shit, that's is that from being a pilot? What do you got to do to be a pilot? Or is that from like, what do they say? Trust fund baby, or you like became a pilot and started just stacking up money. Okay, let me turn this guy on. I'm being lazy right now. I'm gonna just do it this way because I could use a hybrid approach. Can I post links? I don't in the Discord. Yeah, I don't think Twitch will allow the links to be shown unless it's me. You can post it in the Discord channel though. I feel like if I would have got to sell drugs for another year, I would have been a millionaire. For sure. Like, for sure. You could just put it in the general. Yeah, just in the general chat. Yeah, I for sure would have been a fucking millionaire by now. 1 year selling drugs, I guarantee you. With the prices, with the amount of revenue that's in it versus the price, like there's very little things in this world that gets you a 3x return guaranteed. Like even at the cheapest price is a 3x return. Maybe the cheapest price is like a 10% return, but at a price that's kind of expensive compared to what you're paying, it's like 2.5 times. So 250% more overall. There's no reason why you shouldn't be a millionaire. if you handling shit right and not getting caught. Man, if I could have sold weed for 1 year straight, definitely would have been a millionaire, at least high six figures, like more than $500,000. Look at Discord. Oh, it's the wrong channel. Turbo. Ain't no fucking way. How many passengers? 19? So you flying private. Oh, do you be flying like high-end people? Like you get people that want to fly private, paying like $6,000 a flight and shit. Maximum payload 5,000. You only need a mile, or this is less than a mile. Less than a mile to take off. Maximum cruise speed is 210 ktas. I don't know what this value of speed is. Operating costs low. Nah, I'm just fucking rich. That's cap. If I was you, I'd be, well, if you rich already, I guess, you know what I mean? There ain't no reason to try to make more money. But yeah, that's a 55 foot. I feel like this is a way to make more money though. What are you, Franklin from what's the show called? From Snowfall? You just buying a plane, you flying 141 miles per hour. Okay, that's not too bad. You must be flying them kilos of cocaine back and forth, ain't you? That's what you're doing. I'm ratting. I'm going to Crime Stoppers because I'm jealous. 241. That's pretty good. But yeah, I'm ratting. Telling the feds because I'm jealous. And I don't want you doing better than me. You can't be flying this cocaine in and out the country and I don't get a piece. What the fuck is the name of this module? Yo, what? Did that not install? What's going on here? Did that not install to the engine? Oh, I probably gotta update the files maybe. Oh, maybe it just did it right there. Marketplace. Where'd it go? Yeah, no, I only got electric nodes in there. Okay. I gotta probably regenerate the project files maybe. What am I doing? Y'all, let's stop game dev and start a criminal organization. Shit. Come on, I'm not ready. My wife won't let me. What's this? Situation longitude. So this one is twice the speed. This is more speed than courier. Quiet, comfort. Over 5 years, ownership sales 16% operating costs. Hourly operating cost is 2,000. God damn! How much is the jet fuel? 800 hours or 18 months maintenance interval. Okay, this is fly in a bitch. If you buy this, just let me do a music video in it. I'll get back into music if you let me do a music video in here. I'll make a song just so I can do a music video inside. And I just want to have the video of me going up into the plane and then acting like we're flying so I can look like I'm balling the fuck out. 26 million. God damn, that's a lot of money for no. Like, I feel like you have to pay that much money up front, and then it still costs like as you go. Like, it's not just a one-time payment. Oh, I gotta add this dude to the fucking whatchamacallit. Just remembered that. So you spend 26 M's up front, and then you gotta keep on paying for the shit. That's like, god damn. That seems like it's a lot, yeah. That's a lot. A lot of shit going on there. FPS course. Come on. Look, if you think about this, this is how many people are using or like using something that I made. If all of us got together and worked on a game, you know how fast that would be? Do you know how fast that would be? God damn it. Shit would be like blazing fast. Shit, if I could get a damn airliner, like a airliner, like own a fucking airline. That's crazy. OZ. Oh, that was an hour ago. Appreciate the subscription, man. Trying to hit 5K on YouTube sometime soon, maybe before the end of the year. Then I'll be halfway to my ultimate goal, which is 10K. No joke, a friend of mine joined the Russian mob to escape having to go to the military, and he moved up the chain to supervisor of an operation. Holy shit. Yeah, that's scary. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if I got the cojones to be a part of a mob. Maybe. If I felt like shit wasn't going right, I'd have to be in a bad place to join something like a mob, I think. Oh, this is an airliner? Oh, this is an actual like plane that you would get on if you were fucking just going to, like, if I was flying to another state or something, this is the type of plane I would get on. Airbus. Jesus. Yeah, that's pretty dope. But yeah, these things, I feel like that's way too expensive, especially if you're not going to be trying to turn it into more money. But who knows what kind of life you live where money is not important. Okay. Hopefully there she is. We want to be using able here. It's only 101 million low key cheap. I guess if you turn, I look at it like if you're turning it into a profitable thing, yeah, that's, and you have the money to invest up front, or you got the capital or some whatever way you're using to grab it up front. I feel like that's probably not a bad investment, especially when the world comes to an end and you got a fucking plane. Holy shit. Now where you gonna store that plane and handle it is a whole different ball game in my mind, you know? Okay, so I want to do this test real quick with altering a thousand entities attributes and seeing what kind of performance hits we might hit. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I put you on Pirelli. Good. I'm ready. Oh, you know Pirelli. I'm coming down. But sipping on his deli. Keep it 9 inside my belly. Yeah. I'm losing, they can't help me. What's the game without me? Without me. Diamonds hitting left, right. I just got my back like, yeah. Focus on it. I can get intention. I be rapping rigged up. Used to do the pickup. Just with no hiccup. Move. I be reaching be ripped up. Probably gotta get a water bottle and go to the bathroom. Yeah. Gotta set my rate up. Taking pills to stay up. Treat the game like a layup. Job foreign getting tickets. Slanging up my midget. Never smoking midget. Yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready. Before these on parade. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm sipping on the deli. Keep an eye beside my belly. Yeah. I'm moving, they can't help me. What's the game without me? Without me. Diamond it in left, right. I'm just in my bed, right. I ain't got my chest tight. Yeah. What you know about the bando? Keys like a piano. Pulling sticks like banjo. Big stick. Second to band. Plays like bands. Second place in the ends. That song is stuck in my head now. And song. Gotta step my rate up. Taking pills to stay up. Stay up. Drop foreign getting tickets. Second of my mid. Never smoking midgy. Yeah. Wait, what is this? Oh, I'm ready. Avoid these over really. On my shit, try to threaten me. Yeah. So I wrote this code for just altering my. Oh, I need to test that whatchamacallit doesn't fire multiple times. End zone. Gotta step my rate up. Take it to stay up. Treat the game like a layup. So I want to make sure that this doesn't happen more than once. Whenever I... Oh, god damn it. I shouldn't have did that. Okay. So reached loop count limit while flushing commands. And it called that twice again. So that's still not the solution. That's disappointing. I'll probably post that in the smooth. I'll post this in the Discord because I know. Okay, so I'm gonna just say it in here. A matter of fact, let me find it because I want to reply directly to that. He posted a line of code somewhere in here. Right here. Gotta stamp my rate up. Uh, I have an idea of making an airline, but I don't have the money right now. Should I might use OpenGL? What do you mean, like OpenGL for programming? I think jets are a huge problem right now because of the CO2 emissions. If I was to create an airline, it would have to be fully electric because in the future the industry is going to shift. Fuck, I don't see you gotta have like a crazy battery on that motherfucker. Cause what the Tesla cars can only go what 500 miles. I know 500 miles is a lot, but a Tesla car ain't near as heavy as a fucking plane. But it is close to the sun, so you might get solar charge while you're in the air. Maybe if you make a plane completely out of solar panels to where it's always charging no matter where the sun is, you could give it more range. Because my fear is that one, will you make it to your destination? And then two, you gotta think now with electric planes, you got to start developing charge stations for the electric planes. And would those charge stations be in between the destination or at the destination? And that gets a little scary because shit, what if you don't make it on that charge? What if that charge, because I know from my Tesla battery experience, it'll say you got 10 hours of battery left, and then 3 hours later you got 4 hours of battery left. Like, hey, what happened to 10? So that's a scary thing if you on a flight and you thinking, oh, we're good, and then 2 hours into the flight, that clock for the energy goes down a little bit faster than you thought. Usually planes don't use that much energy if designed correctly because most of the work is done by the air pressure differences. Huh. There is no electric plane. One, know the fuck you want. Two, it's fucking dumb as shit for an electric plane. Oh, or you saying one, it you won't make it to your destination, and two, it's dumb. That's why fuel will be best for years, probably, because it's a more dependable resource. I don't know. I like my Tesla battery, and I really wish I did more research because I would have got that full Tesla roof. I would have got that the full solar panel roof. That shit would have been fire. I would have paid a little bit more than what I pay right now, but shit would have been fire as hell. Let me go back to this class where able, no, yeah, here, processor. Gotta stamp my rate up. Taking pills to stay up. Treat the game like a layup. Layup. So yeah, I'm deferring this to be removed, and then I'm setting. Maybe I need to set this to be true. Ah, okay. Note that setting to true while the system is being executed doesn't result in immediate commands flushing. So I think you need to do this outside of the context. So it might have to be, this might have to be done here where I say context dot set defer command buffer. No, that's not it. Set this to true, and then we'll start a deferred command there. Maybe. Let's see if I can do context. And then after this is processed, maybe say context dot flush deferred. See what we get. You started talking about planes and YouTube changed your category to flight simulator. What? Like my gaming category? Oh, it's because I started showing planes. That's funny. Those sons of bitches. They trying to get their money. Ah, shit, that's not good. Oh, that's an infinite loop right there. Okay. We definitely can't do that. Yeah. So it looks like calling that like gives me that error every time, essentially. Like flush defer gives me that problem every time. So I'll have to come up with a different solution to where something doesn't get applied twice. Oh God, it's still doing it. And it's still applying twice. Reach loop count limit while flushing commands. So just setting this to true fucks some stuff up. Gotta step my rate up. Only times you worry is a fuel leak, not enough fuel over fuel, or an engine flame out. And I have more than enough engine flame outs as a pilot and or a compressor stall. Yeah, I don't know shit about flying. I've been on planes, don't know shit about them. Would rather not know shit about them either. You know what I'm saying? Just to keep my sanity. Because once I started learning shit about games, I couldn't enjoy games anymore. God damn it, it's happening twice, bro. Never smoking midget. Yo, I'm ready. I'm before this, I'm ready. When my shit tell deli. Yeah, when I'm sipping on the deli. But now I'm inside my belly. Yeah, I'm losing, they can't help me. What's it getting out me? But help me. Diamonds and left, right. I'm just talking about that. I got my chest tight. Yeah. What you know about the bando? Big sticks like Rambo, key like a piano. Big sticks, checking out Nintendo. Posting just like banjo. Catch plays in the end zone. End zone. So the only thing I can think is to store the entities that got changed in here up here so that when this runs a second time in the same frame, it won't fire again. But what that would lead to is that this array would get filled up and you'd only be able to run this processor on an enemy once. So that's not ideal. I don't know what the solution for this thing running for multiple frames. Yeah, running for multiple frames is going to be a fucking pain in my back right here. Look at the vid I sent you in Discord. I will after I figure something out. Yeah, this is kind of annoying that's the case with the deferring of a thing. And then if I do it the other way where I just remove the fragment and I don't defer it, it changes the archetype. So I wonder if I can run a separate query after this one runs. So this query would run over all the entities and then I would run another query. And in that query, I would just remove, or there's gotta be a way to change the entity after it's been processed. but I guess that's a problem. I'm not sure the solution for this. I gotta go to the bathroom now. I'll be right back. Yeah, I don't know the solution for that shit. I'm thinking there has to be some way to cache. The fuck is this? Oh, this dude's in 5.3 already. Yeah, I don't feel like downloading the source build. I ain't even gonna lie. Fuck. Fuck, I don't want to do that. We'll just leave it. It's a bug that I know about. I really don't want to do that. Holy fuck. It's a small change, but I don't want to have to think about it. Okay, let's do the 1,000 entity test here. Now, most of the issue is going to be this shit right here. So I'm gonna need to do some. Yeah, most of the issue is going to be gathering all of them right here. Let me do. Yeah, let's do this right here. Gotta step my rate up, taking pills to stay up, treat the game like a layup. I was supposed to look at a video. Custom event, and this is going to be alter attributes. Yeah. What do you do when this happens? I'm telling you, hey, drop this motherfucker before we blow up. Oh, it settled itself up. Oh, okay. Shoo.
This is the sound that you never want to hear when you're a passenger on a plane that's taking off. This is going to be the sound of the compressor stall that's coming from the right engine. You hear that knocking, that's an obvious sign of the compressor stall as the engine winds back, the pilots go ahead and shut down the motor. The good thing is the plane can fly with just one.
Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way I'm gonna be calm with that happening. Knowing that my life could be over in a flash, and it is gonna be painful. I know it. I know that crash is gonna be fucking painful, and I'm gonna feel it. All right, so when I click, I will do. Let's just call adjust. What did I call it? Alter. So we'll alter the attribute to, and that'll be what happens there. We actually can go straight through this. All right, let's take a look at the 15 and see what we get. Hey. Whoops. I don't see it popping up in the. Oh. Wait, yeah. Yeah. Yep, sure. Oh yeah, they don't have the fucking whatchamacallit puppet. Honestly, this is not the this isn't the mass entity. This is a puppet for us. But the actual NPC is this guy. Huh. Wonder how that works. So would I put the attribute on the puppet or on this guy? Let's put the ability system trait on this guy, and it's not player controlled. I'm not looking for that tag, am I? Just needs the ability system owner tag. So how would I get this entity? Yeah, I want to grab this guy, not the puppet. That's a little harder than I think there. Yeah. Yeah, is there a way to grab all of the entities in the world? Because I think that would return. Fuck. That's a tough one. Yeah, this isn't actually the entity that is. This is just a puppet version that allows me to see the that moves the actor around. This syncs the movement to the actor, and then it syncs the feet to mass. They can shut it down quick by look at the gauges, the flex, and you will see a warning. So for engine one, be engine one stall. For engine two stall. Engine flame out is the extinguishment of the flame in its combustor. So like not enough fuel or the engine not getting fuel. Yeah, that's why you got a license and I don't. So I'm thinking this puppet is only so that I see what's going on with mass. it doesn't necessarily. Hmm. Yeah, that's a hard one because it's two entities essentially. It almost feels like two, but I think this is just to. Yeah, I think this is just to sync. Oh, that's weird now. That's a weird concept now. Because this is the actual entity, and then we have another puppet that's syncing what's happening from this entity to the actor so that I could see it. But the puppet is nothing essentially. Let me see something. If I remove this. So if I take this agent and clear this out, what would I see? I still see the transform getting updated. And so now putting that back. Wait. Oh fuck, I got rid of mine. Never smoking midget. Yeah. Are you moving? Can't tell if this guy's moving. Okay, they are moving. But not like in real time, I don't think. Where the fuck did you go? Okay, so yeah, that thing is necessary. God. So does that mean there's two entities per AI? Or maybe there's probably a way to get the entities that were spawned versus these puppet entities. That is a very confusing concept right there. Yeah, that's a doozy right there. So maybe there's a way to grab all of the entities of a specific type. It might be in the subsystem maybe. It's an execution. Well, that's only after they've been collected. Get entity manager. FMAS entity manager. So what is this? This returns to archetype handle. All of these take in for each archetype fragment type stat a method to iterate on all the fragment types of an archetype. Okay. So for each archetype fragment type, and this iterates on all the fragment types of an archetype. This might be a good function right here. But I don't want to iterate on all the fragments. I just want to do it on one fragment, but it takes in a function of some kind. Get entity collection. Now, yeah, I need that. Smash entity manager, number spawn. So yeah, when we spawn some entities from the mass spawner subsystem, yeah, we get this right here somewhere. This is an array of fmass entity handles. And yeah, so getting that's gonna be tough. Add fragment to entity. Add fragment list to entity. Add fragment instance list to entity. Batch build. Batch set entity fragments values. Copies values from from fragment instance list over to fragments of given entities collection. The caller is responsible for ensuring that the given entity archetype does have the given fragments. Failing this assumption will cause a check fail. So it is this function, but I need to pass in an archetype entity collection. But I would have to get the archetype from the entity. But the only archetype I can get is the puppet. Yeah, I need a way to grab the archetype, the entity of the, like not the puppet, but the fucking, the one that is having the representation on it. Or the one that's showing me the representation. But yeah, this holds the puppet. Ooh, there's gotta be a way though. And let me fix this fucking LOD, bro. It's terrible. Yeah, that should be working. Enemy visualization trait. It might be. This guy. Or is it the server representation that I'm running into? I think it might be this guy. Nah, that doesn't feel right. Gotta step my rate up. Taking pills to stay up. Treat the game like a layup. Layup. The foreign getting tickets. Stacking up my midget. Never smoking midget. Yeah. I'm gonna say 100. Oh, we'll do 50. 100. And 850. Yeah. I'm ready. Number 40's on for ready. Oh my shit. I'm trying to see why. There we go. There she goes. Okay, that's better. Okay, now going back to how to grab this entity versus the fucking puppet, which is confusing because is the puppet a entity or does it just add more traits to the overall entity? Let's take a look at the mass agent component. So this methods handling stateful actors that need mass entity creation. Methods to handle state of puppet actors that need fragments initializations. So I think this gets called instead of this. Get puppet specific addition. Returns puppet specific addition. What is this replicating? Shared params. It's replicating the net ID. And that's it? On rep net ID. Notify mass agent component replicated. That should only happen once. How do you set this to be a puppet so that you know that it's a puppet and not an actual entity? Readds and removes all puppet fragments added on the mass agent. Wait, is this puppet config a puppet entity config, if I'm not mistaken? I think this is a different type of config. No, it's a mass entity config asset, the same as the rest of these. So how do you know that this is supposed to be for puppets? Wait, is this dude just coming in here to talk about Unity? Yeah, but once it comes to more platforms, that's fucked, because they render on the same. They don't render multi-threaded in Unity yet. Did I lose you? Oh well, yeah. I'm trying to figure something out. I'm not too worried about planes right now. I'm trying to understand why I even need a Puppet config when I could just probably use this guy. But it does say that anything that's not spawned by a mass spawner needs that agent component. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at fucking whatchamacallit. I don't remember why we had to add a Puppet config in there. Yeah. Okay, so this is visualization. Keep an actor frame flag for an extra frame. Did they use that? Hmm. Okay. Add fragments to an entity. So this is still the same entity. This is a fragment that holds a pointer to the actor in the world that is used to represent the entity with the visualization trait. Now that fragments have been added, press validate. Okay, enable automatic processor. Did that. Fixing the visualization. Okay. Hmm. It wasn't until we got to the point where we needed to see them move. Yeah, this is the movement. And it feels like giving an entity a brain. Mm-hmm. Using the mass actor BP. So inside of the high-res actor blueprint, add a mass agent component. In order to move properly, the actor has to have information synced with mass. This requires a new entity config to be created, and create a new mass entity config called a mass public entity config. In the config, add traits for agent movement sync and agent feet sync, agent logic, agent feet location sync, and then set the sync direction. But this doesn't say. Calling them, the option set the default of the sync trace include capsule collision. In the details panel of the mass agent component, set the entity config to mass puppet entity config. This enables the sync trait to work on the entity spawn from mass. Yeah, because this actual entity actor should belong to mass. So because it was spawned by mass. Here. I'm gonna try it both ways instead of overthinking it. I'm gonna try it with this agent component and getting the entity from it. But what I think it's gonna do is give me the entity config that I don't want. And then I'll try it with adding the trait to this entity. and seeing if it gets see if it finds it. Oh shit, that worked. Sweet. Okay. So that does work. Uh-oh. What happened here? When was this called? Oh God. Jesus. Because we switched archetypes and then closed the editor. Is that why that just happened? I feel like that just happened because I switched the archetypes and then closed the editor down. Ah, okay, so maybe wait one before I do that. But I am gonna spawn 1,000 of them and see if I like get a hitch from doing that. I should also check the profiler. Let's start with 100. Actually, I'll start with 1,000. And make sure we do a trace for this to see what kind of hitches we might get. So I'll start a trace here. Oh shit. Start a trace. And I'm pretty sure the hitch that we're gonna get is the fucking uh oh shit. We crashed all together. Pre-composition removed, so some of the elements being removed already missing from the entity's composition. And this is just 16 of them. So something's happening in here where we're hitting the assert maybe. Turn, cast a shared fragment. Representation. Oh God. Crash the editor. Crash the editor with that one. So I wonder if I switch the low to maybe be able to see 1,000. Or maybe we can have 1,000 highs or some shit. I think it might be the params that's doing that. Okay, so far it almost. Why does that crash the editor? Hmm. Well, already seeing that there's going to be issues with doing this for a lot of things, but I could probably run another test to see something that's more obvious or like that's more. I'm. Mm, I wonder if it's this guy. Let me see something real quick. I play as a client. Okay, my representation is a little bit more forgiving on the client side. On the server, it starts fucking them up fast as shit. Okay, so I'm able to do this without a problem here, but I wonder what happens whenever I crash the or stop the editor. Okay, it doesn't trip inside of the client. Okay. Or maybe the server crashed and I don't know. All right, I'm gonna try with 1,000. Mm, where we at? Let's do 500. Take a little longer to start to spawn all 500 of them. Okay, we're here. Holy fucking moly. Get out of my way, you pussies. Get out. Ugh, ugh. Okay. Uh, let's see if this crashes. It doesn't. And I do want to do a trace to see what happens there. I feel like I gotta expand my radius a lot further so I can see more. I want to see all 500 of them. What's good, swag bag? That looks smooth too. Yeah, the performance wasn't too bad. Holy fuck. Holy moly. Ah, ah! Okay, so with these guys, ST there. That's actually not too bad. I mean, that's definitely not 1,000 things on screen, but it's pretty good. And they're all spawning in like randomly. Like, as many spawns as I'm getting, that's fucking stupid. That's a whole lot of server traffic. But I don't know why my distance is so short. I don't know what I changed to make them less distance base. All right, this is when I was fucking running through trying to spawn them right there. All right, let me see. See if I can see that processor pop up. Maybe it's this one. This is probably some spawning shit. Nope, that's... Yeah, Unet connection received bunch. That's spawning pretty much. Or it might be the updates for the movement component. But still, with a 2.7 overhead of slate, we're looking pretty good. Let's look for a low joint. I want to see where I actually pressed the T key to get all of the... To get all and then update their shit. Add fragment instances. It's this one right here. Damn, that didn't take shit. No. Interaction observer processor. No, that's not the same one. Let's look for mass in here. Smooth orientation, character movement, batch change tags for entities. Where are you at? Up in parallel. Create sparse chunks, camera component to mass translator. That's mine. Client bubble info, replication grid, crowd client bubble info. What the fuck is this still doing here? This shouldn't be here anymore. Huh. I don't see my actual call for the... I think it's this one. The batch change fragment compositions for entities. And it happens in parallel. So I don't think it takes anything to grab those. Let me see if get all actors of class. Oh, I can't search by like functions. I wish I could like know when I called that, so I can see what the performance looks like. I know I did it a few times. We do got a lot of high frames, but mostly hitting 60 FPS for the most part. Like on average, like the average FPS is probably 60. What happened here? Uh-oh. Here it is. Okay, so this is good. So yeah, this took 12 milliseconds. That's a lot of time. How many did it do this on? Ability system, attribute processor, instant. Yeah, that took 12 milliseconds to change 1,000. Not 1,000, but however many entities it did. I wish I could know how many entities it operated on. But yeah, 12 milliseconds is not ideal. There's probably a bunch of cache misses too right here, I bet. Yeah, that was one of the biggest frames. Let's look for this one, see. It's the same thing. Wind pump messages. So these frames might be where I called it. Yep. See, this took 12.9 milliseconds. That's not good. And that's not even for 1,000. That's like nothing. It's probably like 5. I think I had it to... There's no telling how many entities I had since I can't see. But yeah, it's still 12.9 milliseconds is not ideal for something like that. But they did tell me that switching the composition, like, because basically what happens is, say I add a fragment to an entity, it changes its composition to a new archetype, so it has to copy all the other fragments plus that fragment over to a new archetype. And if that archetype doesn't exist, it essentially that's a cache miss. So I'm thinking basically every time I do this, the archetype doesn't exist, so it will be a cache miss. So there was another solution to already have the how can I say it? Yeah, there was another solution to already have the fragment on the player and then just loop over, like say I did like an AoE damage, I would loop over that entity and do damage to them. But the way that so the way that the projectile works is that it travels throughout the world, and when it hits something, it gets a fragment added to it, and then it would then be able to, so say the projectile is traveling through the world, it hits an entity, I'd get a hit result with that entity's actor added to the projectile's entity, and then inside of the processor that's like doing all the processes for the projectiles, I could tell that actor to damage itself because it was hit by my projectile. And that would turn into where instead of, well, I still will be getting a pointer somewhere. I still feel like either way, I feel like I'd get a cache miss no matter what. So it's kind of hard to get around it. Just dealing mindless of weapons. How are you? Great. I'm doing class study and paper to get all the details down. Yeah, if I feel like what I'm gonna have to do is deal with cache misses no matter what. Since this is not something that's like static data, it's dynamic data. I feel like the only way to do it is to have to deal with cache misses. But at least it's not in an OOP type of way where it could be sporadic. At least I think with this, it still combines all of the, because it looks like this is happening on a parallel, which it shouldn't be. I thought I put this processor on the main thread. I'm pretty sure I put this processor on the main thread. Yeah, requires game thread execution is set to true. And since it's a server thing, it needs to run on the server anyway. I'm not even sure why this is allowing me to do this on the client, but we'll take it. Yeah, it's allowing me to call this on the client, which is an issue. I guess you still have to do authority checks, or you can do an authority check inside. But I thought if you're not running if you're not running the processor on that net mode, okay. Yeah, so that is no good. Yeah, basically, oh, let me post this in there. So basically, I get a cash miss for every one of these. I think it might be I get a cash miss for every one. Yeah, that's not a deal breaker, but I gotta be careful because that is a lot of CPU for one frame. I wonder if you can spread it over multiple frames, possibly, since nothing needs to happen instantly, especially when it comes to like damage and shit like that. It doesn't need to happen instantly. The player won't be able to tell if it happens in the same frame or 3 frames later. They won't be able to feel that. Uh, but yeah, fucking, I'm concerned, but not too concerned. Let's just do a look at here. Take a look, see. So it's why are these still active? Yeah, I wonder how many this is right here. Could I get a head count? Could I get a head count? Somebody give me a head count. Is there a head count here? Let's see. Entities count active 501. Okay. Oh shit. So they're still there processing, they're just not visible. Huh. So I could even start seeing their that's crazy that the LOD for the processing is closer than the LOD for the representation. That's not good actually. So I could see the processing this far away. So when I look this way, logic that shouldn't be calculated because I can't even fucking see it is being calculated versus me being able to see it while it's calculated. For this is fine because it's right in my face. Holy fuck. That's a lot of information right there. Holy fuck. That's a lot of information. Can I get that to a log so I can read it? Entity count 1. Entity capacity 534 bytes per entity, 245 bytes per entity. Entities per chunk is 534. So I can process 534 of these entities per chunk. Chunks are 128 kilobytes. So if I got 245 bytes, let me do this math. Oh God, here we go. $245 bytes times 534 entities. It's 130,000 bytes. And then if we convert bytes to kilobyte, 130. So it's almost a little bit over the cache line for a chunk size. The chunk size is it's at 128 kilobytes. So let's go the other way. Kilobyte to byte. 128. 128,000, yeah. That's not mathing up, not gonna lie. That's not mathing up to me. We do get a lot of crashes though, and I don't know exactly why, but I could just chalk it up to that as experimental. But okay, that's fine. That's fine. I probably never have that many entities actually being processed at the same time. Not at least not right now. Maybe in a multiplayer. So I'd have to find a way to optimize that when I get there, but I don't think I'd run into that issue anytime soon. So let me just go back to, matter of fact, we can go down to 25. So basically I'm finding my limits and trying to say, okay, this is what my limit will be. And then I could situate every gameplay element around that limit so that it's not, so I never really run into any performance issues. But I do want to know what my hard limit is. Like, when does shit start going and hitting the fan? Right now, we ain't processing shit. We getting a solid 90 FPS plus more. Probably a solid 100 and something. Stat FPS. Yeah, solid 120s. Depending on how many of these we spawn in and make spawn. Because right now, if I turn, the ones behind me just got destroyed. If I come back, they get spawned in. So we got 26 entities counting me. Show shapes. Show archetypes. So yeah, once again, it shows me that my entity capacity per a chunk is 534. I'm at 128 kilobytes total for each chunk. And oh, you want to know why? Because there's a shared fragment in here. One of these fragments is shared. So even though an entity's total byte count is 245, one of those fragments is quote unquote shared. But yeah, nice that it tells you. Oh, nice. You can see right there, my calculations were correct. Where's my mouse cursor? Right here, I got the stamina fragment at 4 bytes, mana at 4 bytes, recovery at 4 bytes, speed at 4 bytes, and strength at 4 bytes. Health at 4 bytes. The ID is only 4 bytes to replicate. Replication LOD fragment is only 2 bytes. Nice. Waste padding is 1866 bytes. So it's with only 16 entities, I'm wasting 1866 bytes. So for a full chunk, I can have another, let's see, 1866 divided by 245. I can have another 8 entities in there. So let's try that. I'm getting into the testing shit now. Testing is the fun part. So let's do 32 just to be safe, not 33. Press play. Well, 33 is me plus, yeah, but I can still have 7 overall, I think. Whoops, I don't want to full screen you. Okay, let's see. So if we enable that again, Shift A. No, my waste pattern is still 1866. Is that because we can fit 534 entities? Is that why they saying my waste pattern is that much? It says I got 16 archetypes across 16 buckets. Longest bucket is 1. How do I got 16 archetypes? Pick entity, hide entity overview, show entity avoidance, show entity path. So we got a tag for can do interaction. That's me. Camera component. That's me. Ability system owner component. That's me. Huh. I'm trying to see how do I have 1866 bytes of waste padding? And then how do I have 16 archetypes? And a mass force fragment is 24 bytes. The mass state tree instance fragment is 16 bytes, but it's a shared fragment. Zone lane is 16 bytes. Why do we have that? I thought I took that off. Okay, I think I'm still using mass crowd. You can see for me. Oh, wait, no, here we go. So this is telling me for my first entity, which is me, and let me pull up the mouse cursor. I'm pointing out my screen. My first entity is me. I have 245 bytes of data. So I could fit 534 of me in a cache line. And then it goes to, so the entity itself is 8 bytes. Transform fragment is 96 bytes. Ignored actors is 32 bytes. Wow, that's a lot. Rotation is 24. Location exact is 24. Mass navigation obstacles 24. My capsule component and camera component are both 8, and then these are really cheap. These are my own. So we're wasting 242 bytes total. Not sure how. Yeah, I'm not sure how. Then we got the NPC, and it's chunks with fragments 1. The entity count is 32. The entity capacity in each chunk is 77. The entity occupancy is 46, and bytes per entity is 1678. Oh shit. Mass navigation edges fragment is 584 bytes. Mass zone graph cache lane fragment is 168. Representation is 144. Zone graph short path is 128. Transform is 96. Move is 80. This zone graph path is fucking crazy. 72. Mask ghost location fragment. What is a ghost location fragment for? Standing steering, replication viewers 24. I can't see this down here. Replicated agent fragment is 24. Damn. Wait, is this really 1600 bytes or is that just all of them added up together? I think this is all of them added up together. Nah, that's no way because this is 500. This is 584 bytes. So yeah, it's probably easily hitting that. 584, you already at 1100 left. So I can only fit, and I got 128 kilobyte cache line on my PC. So maybe for other PCs it might be different. And I got 32, but I can hold 77. So, yeah, let me see that. We can hold 77 and still be using the L1 cache, I believe. I can have 530 of me and still be using the main cache line without without going to like the lower end cache. I think is that if that's what that's telling me, which is that's pretty cool. Can have 534 players in a match and still be processing off the simple cache line. That's nuts. Okay, so like we still getting a solid 10, 9, 9, and 10 milliseconds here. Enable GDT. And you know I want to see the archetypes. So yeah, my entity count is 50 on screen because it keeps on changing. Let's look at my waist. Where's my waist at? What's this last? So I got NPC down here. I got another NPC right there. So wait, why do I have two of the same entity archetypes? Like essentially this archetype is the same as this one. It might be missing something. I'm wasting 1866 bytes. And down here I'm wasting 1436 bytes. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's happening. But yeah, that's cool information. Come on, man. That's the shared that's the shared is that the shared animation? Yeah. Yeah, so shared animation is still causing me a crash. I have to figure that out too if I'm gonna be crashing like that. I wonder what happens if I don't use zone graph and instead use a EQS to optimize, because that zone graph shit, that's like just the zone graph stuff itself is almost like 1,000 bytes of information. That's a whole kilobyte. Okay, so I, in all honesty, I gotta go back to the drawing board for the implementation of the ability system. So I know that the logic to, you know what I could do to, just a test for the ability system is to start simple. So I could make folder in, let's make a folder for systems. So let's do a simple. Oh, he looked like he did update this a bunch. Oof, I forgot how to use this. So I think I add a task in here that has to do with spawning an actor. Uh, I'd have to make a custom task that spawns an entity. So we don't want to spawn an actor per se. We want to spawn an entity. So we need a task. All right. So these don't store any data. I don't think, at least. Are there any override functions here? Let me look at the spawn actor task. I might just fucking say, like, fuck doing this in Blueprint real quick, since I could just copy the code from the spawn actor. Essentially, I want everything up to where it spawns, and then spawn in an entity instead, and passing in an entity config. Cancel. Where's able at? Marketplace, able, source, able. Come on. Able core, public, private. We have tasks. And we're looking for spawn actor. Where's the header file for this? It takes enable spawn actor task, which doesn't look like it exists. Where's the header file at? Where are you located? In able core classes tasks. Able core classes task. Okay. That organization is a little bit weird. And let me make sure that I'm using able cores. So I need to use able core, which is and able probably. Yeah, I probably need to be using this. So here we have a U property of spawned actors. This is the scratch pad. Okay. And then in this task, we're overriding on task start, on task end is single frame. We get in the RAM. And the scratch pad is taking in this guy, gets stat ID, bind dynamic delegates, and then this is some editor shit. Okay, yeah, so we need to basically mimic this class as it is. It has some protected stuff, so you can pass in an actor. You gotta get able actor delegate. What is that? That's an able ability where it gets the context. So what is this able actor for? Get able actor, M actor class delegate. Amount to spawn delegate. Why are there so many delegates? Get able bool, get able int. So these return a context and a static value. No, it returns an int 32 and it takes in a context and a static value. Okay. We'll see how these fly. Yeah, I basically need this class, but for entities. We don't care about the velocity. We just want, well, technically, yeah, we could set its first thought, like its initial velocity. Inherit owner velocity. True, spawn our parents' linear velocity. This is added before the initial velocity. There's some attachment to attach to a socket. Fire event. If true, we'll call the on spawn actor event and the ability blueprint. And then what realm, server, or client to execute this task. If your game is a network, this field is ignored. So I would like to predict this so that the client spawns theirs and the server spawns theirs, but for now we'll just set it for server only. Actually, I can't do that right now since I don't have a way to replicate the actual entity. Okay. Let's do I might make a folder in here just for this derives from able ability task. So I need to call this the spawn entity task. And we're doing able ability task. It needs a scratch pad, but I'm not sure what the scratch pad is for. I'm already using this module. It's already being referenced. That should fix itself eventually. And we also need the scratch pad. How the you can make a transient in U class? I didn't know that. Okay, and we want to, I almost want to call this entity view, maybe. Yeah, hold on. When we spawn an entity, it outputs to an array. It outputs to an array of I gotta look at this code. If I'm not mistaken, it outputs an array of entity IDs. Right here. So yeah, this writes to a mass entity handle. Uh, mass entity types.h. What's going on there? All that. Okay, so caching this stuff, and then I I basically need this functionality. I'm gonna override it exactly how it's written, so that it makes sense. There's a uh, localization for the text. I don't need to really worry about that. Okay, so we'll change some of the names of this because oh, okay. Spawn test category. Spawn, wait, cannot resolve. Oh, because this does have to be wrapped inside of a, okay. I think it's define lock text. I think it's define, right? Define lock text namespace. Okay. So we'll go here and we'll say oh god. Okay, so I'll leave those as is. I don't really care too much about them. Override. These are all core things. This is just like some editor stuff for debugging. And then we got this guy. Ability types. And this is in there. So how is this working? Just so we don't run into no BS. So it looks like most of this data gets set inside of the editor, like this data here. Then you can bind a delegate inside the editor. Oh no, that's not editor accessible. So these are inside of CPP. There is no collision handling method necessarily. But actually, if I look at my projectile trait, it does take in a a value that's set from a value, essentially. Like it takes in a value. Let me look at that. Child movement component sync trait. That's one I don't need. So if I go to Pong, look at the Pong traits. We got our projectile. It takes an F collision channel fragment, which is the collision channel, and we set this, the value in here. We set it inside of the editor for this fragment. So I don't believe we need to worry about any data like that. We'll handle all the data inside of the trait. And then literally all this task is going to do is spawn the entity that I'm telling it to spawn. It's not going to think about anything else. And so we don't need this guy. We do need this location just to, so that we could pass this data to the entity itself. Initial velocity, that's fine. Actually, this needs to be set. This needs to be set based off of a, well, actually, you could just get the camera and set it based off of that. Set owner, targeting type, attached to owner, socket. Nah. For now, not really. Inherit, Marcus transient. Destroy at end. But another destroy the actor at the end of the task. Now we'll let that happen within the processor. This is just a middleman. So, yeah, I'd rather have a different, and let's call this, let's bring that back and I'll say, and we'll return this instead. If this is a fire and forget, this is a single frame task. Okay, so let's start looking at some of these functions here. I want to turn off my AC, but I know it's gonna get hot in here. Annoying to hear it. Start a scratch pad, see what that's about. It does nothing. Scratchpad does nothing. It just has a default, an empty constructor and an empty constructor. Here, this constructor initializes all of this data. Okay. Good. And I'm going to, for the most part, not try to think about this. My brain is already like fatigued. Trying to figure out the stupidity of mass itself. Come on, why do you look like that? Just tab you in there. We don't need you. We don't. Oh, this actually B is fire and forget, and this should be equal to true by default. And it's firing on the server, but for starters, we'll fire it on the client. Set owner. Can't really set the owner of the entity. Not yet, at least. I have to write a custom function to spawn an entity with owner or something, some shit like that. Destructor does nothing. On task start, we check if the context is valid. We call the super. We get an array of weak object pointers to this actor, and we'll get actors for task. Is this an internal function? Populates the actor array with all the context targets relevant to this task. So looks like everything is centered around actors here. So it says get dynamic property value, and we're passing the actor class. But I wonder if the dynamic property value, let me see, did they bind any delegates? I didn't see any delegates get bound. That's what it looks like. It says, is the actor class delegate bound? If so, execute the context.get and pass in the actor class. If not, pass in the actor class. Or if not, return the actor class. But what delegate is that? Oh, it's asking if there's a dynamic property inside of the like if it's bound to something. If it is, and I wonder if this M actor class delegate is something specific. M actor class delegate. So this is a delegate in the actual task. Nice. So I need one for, I need to write a custom delegate in here. And I might have to inherit from this class to have my own ability class that will return a, let's look for this inside of here. It's only one time in there. So where does this get used at? It's not used at all in here. And usages, we got it in the spawn actor class And that's it. So this delegate, is it bound anywhere? Mount to spawn. So yeah, is this bound anywhere? On task start. Oh, there's a task dot bind dynamic delegates. Where's that happen at? Where the fuck is this happening at? Bind dynamic delegates. It's saying enable bind dynamic property. You pass in the ability, you pass in the actor, and then you call it actor class. Okay. And what does this do necessarily? This checks for the M actor class delegate again and binds the ability to the get delegate name actor class. Huh. I wonder if these are specific. Like, is there only so the property is the class? Okay, maybe I could get away with let's do some inheritance here. Oh, that's in the private folder. Yeah, and I pretty much need a I'm not gonna override any of these. Well, not let's look at the, does this call a super? This doesn't call a super, does it? It does. So the super does what? Oh, no, that's in the task. I need the, I need this guy, which is on the ability.h. And nothing happens with it, it just exists. Dynamic, declare dynamic return value to params. And yeah, we basically need this for a entity ID. Yeah, I think that's good. Can already feel the inheritance about to fuck me later on. Million base classes for different things. Okay. Hello, mate. How are you doing today? Oh man, I wonder how long ago that message was sent. I'm doing okay. Just working through some stuff. So we want to actually change this to F get able entity. We don't actually have, we shouldn't have this at all. This should be I think this should be a pointer to an entity config. Yeah, this should be a pointer to this. All right, so there is, that's all data that happens inside the let's go ahead and implement some of these guys. So we'll do on task start, task end, create scratchpad. We'll just do everything because it's not that many functions realistically when you look at it. All right. So with this guy here, I see, well, I was searching on here to watch someone came across game dev and found you. I'm in school for 3D modeling and animation and was wondering, do you know much about Unity? I am myself trying to develop some games myself, self-teaching at the moment since I can't pay for school. So I'm just wondering, can you lay some knowledge down on me? Unity is okay. If you want to spend a lot of your time on the asset store buying fucking solutions for things that already exist in Unreal or spending months coding them yourself, it's the way to go. As an artist, if you just want to start jumping in and making things, it depends on what type of game you're making. So if you're making anything 3D, I would not even look at Unity right now. As a beginner, at least, unless you're ready to engineer a lot of shit or spend upwards of $1,000 to have some pre-made shit for you, I wouldn't even look at Unity because it does require you to have like a deep knowledge of engineering. Like, regardless of people saying that Unity is easier for indies, that's cap. Or like they say it's easy for beginners, but that's because there's so many people like I guess teaching the stuff that it seems easier, but when it comes to like making anything that's worthwhile, hell no. I would definitely try the Unity just so you don't be biased. Like I used to use Unity, so I'm not biased. I just know from experience that it's a good engine, but it's, you know, it seems like they are focused on mobile and 2D games. So the 3D is good, but you got to be some kind of fucking superhero with shader coding and some kind of engineering mastermind to create systems that already exist in Unreal. Is basically the easiest way I could say it. So unless you're ready for that, I would definitely just say fuck Unity and just use Unreal. I will say this. There's so many tutorials in Unity that'll show you how to make a certain type of game. But once you don't have those tutorials, you're fucked. All right. Yeah, I mean, if your PC can handle Unreal, definitely try Unreal, bro. And even if you can, if you can't handle Unreal 5, at least use 4.27 because that's still better than Unity for a beginner, in my honest opinion. Unity, if you're an advanced like engineer and you really want like mass control over everything, and you really like building tools for a team of other like gameplay developers, like say you were like high end engineer and you were building tools that you wanted complete control over for your team to work with, Unity is probably the best bet because in Unreal you'll spend a lot more time trying to make a tool that already exists works the way that you think it should work versus making the tool from scratch how you think it should work. And a lot of engineers would rather start with nothing and make it to what they think it should be. But yeah, I think everybody is going to be different when it comes to that type of stuff. So what was that? Bind delegates, right? Bind dynamic delegates. And we're saying that we want to call a super, add a property for our entity class, call it entity class. And let's see what this says here. Yep. Entity class, delegate, bind, U function, ability, get name, delegate name. He wrote some nice little shit in there. Mount the spawn and spawn location Q. Q. That's Q. But yeah, if I were you, I'd spend a month with each just to see. Spend a month with Unity, learn in C#, see how much stuff you can make, see how far you think you can take it, and then spend a month with Unreal, see how much stuff you can make with Blueprints or C++, whatever you prefer, and then think about how far you can take whatever happens out of that. So if destroy at n is true, return a new object and context I get. So this only creates a scratch pad if we're destroying it at the end. Get stat ID. This returns a quick site. This is for that's for debugging. I'm not sure why that doesn't exist. Is there an include specific for this? Ah, there it is. This guy. One could argue that you would have a lot more control inside of Unreal as well. What's wrong with you? Yo, what? It's enable core private. It's fucking private. So that mean I need to put this in my private dependencies. Alright, I'm gonna just make this custom then, since that's weird. Or I might have to find the exact table core slash. Wait, is that? No, I'm about to say. Okay. Okay, moving on. So on task start, it is scratch pad. If not short in scratch pad equals cast to this context, we scratch pad for this. Check scratch pad. Scratch pad is spawn actions dot empty. And I'm guessing so that you can keep track of the actors until the task ends. So if there's something that so if there's an actor that needs to come back, you could do something to it. Like if I threw a boomerang actor, I could call it back essentially from the scratch pad. I'm gonna copy this and then change the naming structure. It's a lot. Holy fuck. All right. Okay. So starting with this, if we are not fire and forget, we want to use spawn entity. Did you study computer science? No, I did not. Entity task. Learn by courses online and stuff like that. Spawned entities dot empty. Get actors for task. So yeah, I don't think I need this. Self-taught, you got a job? No, I don't want a job. I don't want to work for anybody. I enjoy the bliss of not having to be pressured by another human being that doesn't know what they're doing. So this is returning a dynamic property, but realistically this should be turning the entity class. And I think, you know what? I think that this actor class is actually the class that gets spawned at the end of this right here. Right? Am I tripping or no? Yeah, spawn this actor class. So, huh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change the fucking whatchamacallit. I mean, I probably will never bind a dynamic property to this, so let me go back here. So, yeah, I think this uses a pointer. Here we're going UMass entity config asset. So pointer. And we need to say dot get maybe. What's wrong with you? Mass entity config pointer active class equals mass entity dot get. It doesn't know which delegate to get because it's a T object pointer and this is a raw pointer. Would I? And it says it can't convert a const T object pointer to F mass entity handle. What? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so this delegate is wrong. The delegate was supposed to return a T subclass of actor, but mine is returning a, God damn it, where are you at? I need to, where are you? Oh, it's not open. Wonder if there's some, markings I need to put on this. I'm gonna do this just in case it doesn't show up on my class. Maybe we'll give it a meta. Let's say meta display name. And this needs to return a let's just make it a UMass entity config asset pointer. And that should fix the issues. Yeah, so that fixed it. Yeah, that doesn't help. All right. If at the class, okay. And this is my scratch pad. We get a transform from the spawn target location. And realistically, all of this data is going to be out actors. Where does that filled out? Okay. So spawn params. I don't need this. I don't need this. This is where I need to do this code here. Oh, not that one. Sing global. Yeah, this is where I need to call the code that's inside of here. So copy this. inside of this guy, we will essentially paste this code and then just get rid of everything that don't need to be there. So this is taking a So I believe there's a little bit. No, this returns. Where do we get this mass entity config from? We don't need mass entity config. Oh, this is the that's the actor right there. So we already checked the validity of that, so we don't need that necessarily. Here we're writing to a T array, but I don't want to write to this. I'd rather just write to the fmass entity handle. We don't need to do anything with these in blueprints just yet. And here we want to use the actor class. And I want to say since well, it should be a raw pointer fmass entity template, and we want to we might have to get the world of our owner fmass entity template. What's wrong with you? Yep, there we go. And here we're saying our entity manager should be get world, get subsystem. We might crash here. I can already sense a crash. This task might not have a owner or a world. It might though. Yeah, this would crash inside of the fake world. So we'll just pass in 1 here. What is this again? This is a T array. I don't need to create this. This actually writes out to entities. So I actually don't need this guy at all. We can get rid of this code. And basically this will spawn the entity, but we need to get some data off of it and set the come on. We need to grab some data from the entity and then set its whatchamacallit. If I forget. Yeah, we want to actually add, this needs to happen. This probably needs to happen in the loop right here. So up here, after we spawn this guy, and I hate the way this gets formatted because of this shit right here. Yeah, after we spawn this guy, we probably want to iterate over the handles. But this is a loop, so I'm gonna do this. And I want to give it the entities at the the zero index. This should add it to the end, right? Constructs a new item at the end of the array, properly reallocating the whole array to fit. All right, so that we don't care about you. And what does this return? Does this return anything? This is fine. We don't need this right here. I don't really care too much about it. We don't care about the if the initial velocity is nearly zero. This is trying to get a movement component on there and then setting the velocity in local space to the initial velocity plus the inherited velocity. Else it just adds an impulse to the overall here. But realistically, legit, all I need to do is set the transform that it needs to spawn at. And then let me take a look at the ooh, I don't think I did it inside of here. Yeah, this doesn't actually spawn the I think I use a spawner. Yeah, but actually I need to manually set that data, which I think is similar to this thing right here. Set the transform, set entity transform. Yeah, so you grab the entity manager, you grab the entity's handle, and then you do this code right here essentially. This is get, but we want to set right here. So we don't really care too much about this or this for now, at least. Maybe later on. We don't really care too much about that either. So, and then there's an event here. Where the fuck is this at? Get ability on spawn actor event. I don't really care too much about this or this here. And coming back in here, we need our entity manager from our world. And what's going on with you? Oh, we already have the entity manager. No need to get it again. So this should be entities. At the zero index, because we should only be spawning one essentially. Come on. This is checking for an archetype composition, but I don't think we need to check on that, but we'll do it anyways. Okay, so there should be a transform in here. We also need to set. Yeah, see, I really don't give a fuck about this right here. But if it doesn't have if it doesn't have this transform fragment, returning is fine. And then maybe we could print out a log or something that says, hey, couldn't spawn because you don't got a transform. Similar to what they did right here. So yeah, if you don't got transform fragment, we'll say failed to spawn entity using this transform. And where does this actor class come from? We want to say, actually we can't get the name, but we'll just use a string here. Oh, I don't need to do this. We can go. Okay. I doubt this works tonight, but we'll try it. So yeah, this will set our transform, and then we also need to set the velocity to the transform's rotation vector times the projectile speed. But let me look at my entity for the projectile. My nigga's gonna prevail. Running that shit out the shelf. So yeah, the pong ball. It has a simple mover trait with a starting force in its forward vector. And then it has a projectile simulation, some assorted fragments, and then a visualization. Okay, so the simple mover trait is what gives me my force. So if I set the transform dot rotation, well, technically, if we have a transform of like at the camera, it should just go. The forward vector should be the camera's forward vector essentially. So this would be fine, and then the force of the 2000 will just make it go forward, I believe. But we'll have to see. Run that shit out of shit. I wish to post a fucking lyric so I can understand what the fuck they're saying. A sip of codeine for my health. Okay, we doing something with the scratch pad here. Copy this. Go back and paste it here. We don't care. This is if not B is first or fire and forget. We'll grab our spawn entity scratch pad. And yeah, we won't do this. We won't do this at all. This is iterating over the spawn actors and calling destroy on them. So this would be fmass entity handle. And basically we would let's put a to do in here. To defer. Well, realistically, the projectile is going to handle itself after the ability. All right, what's these errors? You on task start. What the fuck is that? Why do we go to U actor class asset? This should be U mask config asset. What the fuck? I said I got even my yeah, it's incomplete. Shit. We still gotta dereference the world, I guess. Mm-hmm. 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 Uh-huh. Mm. I just walked up in the morning with fit. We really was no pretending. Yeah, I think this is gonna crash though still. How many nigga got prevail? Running this shit out the shelf. Never just why I sell. It's a big coding for my health. Yeah. I think we need the context, and the context has the world. So it might be safer to do context. I get world. Can I get? Yeah, there we go. That's what I need. The world of the context. Still might crash. Um, unless we like do this in the editor or like do it in a Pi session. We'll see though. We'll see. For the most part, I think we could try this out. Wait, is there another function I didn't get? On task in, create scratch bag, get stat ID, get descriptive task name. So I'm guessing they return a local text to a get rich text task summary. Holy fuck. Okay, yeah, we just gonna copy those over and change the name. 'Cause that feels like a lot that's going on there. I just walked up in morning with fit. We really was no pretending. I get money for the rent, and I took my feet up, my feet up. Chanel. I gotta re-up. I gotta re-up. Way too geeked out though. Too strong and like a roll. Under pressure, he gon' fold. The little nigga tuck. And I'm guessing this needs to be wrapped in a loc text. Yes, it does. Right in my lap. These niggas be running, these niggas be cock. Go get somebody, go figure it out. These niggas broken, nigga reach for clout. They reach for clout. How many niggas gonna prevail? Run the Drake shit off the shelf. I'm placing some new wires into some new YSL. Me my brothers out the cell. I'm sipping codeine for my health. If you broke, better go get some money. If you broke, better go get a scale. You know I'm keeping it real. So is test data valid? Checks for this and checks if this is bound, I'm guessing. Okay. We're not too concerned. And the other thing is this guy. Okay, there's also get descriptive task name. Um, I think. Mm, why is it dereferencing this? So, const. Yeah. I don't care about this. We're just going to post in a string here. Actor name is going to be projectile entity. Make this const. And let's get on about our day and see if we can spawn this thing using this ability inside of the editor. We go get a snack. Term does not evaluate to a function taking 0 arguments. What? Oh. Huh. It's probably somewhere else too. Go get you some money, go figure it out. That's because of this thing right here. Okay, that's gonna give me a problem. Wait, am I using log 8? Fuck, am I using log able anywhere? It's inconvenient that he didn't make that public. So, oh, forgot one. Okay. I know this is gonna break inside of the world for the whatchamacallit. Because this actually, I don't think. Mm, hmm. I'm pretty sure that oh no, this should be good. Yeah, this is using a spawn subsystem. I should be able to do this. Come in here. Add a test. Yo, what? Why are they the same name? How are they the same name? Uh, oh, duh. Excuse me. I think this will work. I'm not 100% sure. But essentially, all I'm doing is calling this thing here. It might crash because it might try to do it on the server. I hate that. Why can't it remember? Um, Here we go. I can give it my Hong ball. Mount with bomb. Location. Camera. Location offset. Let's do 100 maybe. Socket 9. I don't really care too much about initial velocity because that's already being handled in the projectile itself. Um, I need to change the name of that variable. This must have a display name or something. Yeah. It's got for now I'm gonna just put it on client. Okay. And okay, I think most of that is good. If I'm not mistaken, they had a way to bind inputs to this. No, that's not a thing yet. Probably something custom you gotta write. Okay, so I'll go to this guy and let's say weapon fire. Triggered. These niggas show fake love and smile on your face and act like they real. That's the shit that get you flipped. That's the shit that get you flipped. That's the shit that get you fried. That's the shit that get you real. That's the shit that get you cooked and get you fried. And all these honey shop they ain't got. I just walked up in morning with fit. Wait, what? Yo. I gotta fucking have a reference to an ability class in here, I bet. I just walked up in morning with fit. I gotta hurry up. Wait till you get let up. It's too fun, I go wrong. Go get you some money, go figure it out. These niggas broken, they reaching for clout. All my niggas gonna prevail. When I drink shit off the shelf. What's good, Gotsy? Friend of brothers at the shell. I'm sipping codeine for my health. If you broke, better go get some money. If you broke, better go get a skill. Okay, so from here, I would like to activate ability. Oh, this doesn't have a cooldown. One. What the fuck is that? Nowhere near that, brother. I ain't gonna lie to you. Got a long way to go. What? I got some fucking nutter butter stuck in my keyboard. There we go. Yeah, I got a long way to go before I get there. Not even gonna lie to you. It is it's a doozy. Okay, so yeah, we created a context using our self as the owner and the ability class that we want. And now when we press this, we should be able to fire our weapon, but we'll see how that goes. Oh, we fired one. I don't see it. Oh, fuck me. We should have a representation of this on the client. So we're firing a projectile, but we're not seeing it. So let me play as a standalone real quick and see if that Let's see if that'll work. Or let's do listen server. No, I'll do standalone. Okay, yeah, so it fires. But oh shit. Forgot about that. Ooh, you pussy. My bad, Mr. Garrison. Oh shit, they can bounce off each other? Oh, they can't. Okay. Yo, what? Uh-oh. What happened here? Active spawn system destroy actor. Golly, bro. Mass brings a whole nother fucking slew of push commands. Defer remove command. So somehow we're trying to destroy it while it's still active or what? Uh-oh. Yeah, that crashed. I wonder when that happened. Nat Battler. Jesus Christ, a lot of subs. Appreciate the sub, man. I was in the zone when you probably subbed. Unfortunate. So if I spawn a few actors, the shit just crashes. I wonder why. I mean the call stack kind of showed me that it's trying to destroy something that doesn't exist maybe. Let me go to this so we need to be using our the rotation is set to 000, but should use the actors rotation maybe. Yeah, just spawning at 000. And I'm pretty sure that that ball is continuing out in the world for forever. And then probably never destroying itself. Come on. Yeah, so there's something wrong with the spawning technique, which is garbage. It should use the rotation of the camera, which if we look at the transform, it's a lot of bullshit here. Close tab to the left. Let's take a look at the way that they calculate the transform in there. So the task itself probably does that with the transform. What the fuck is the name of that? Location. Okay. Wait, no. Yeah, location. It says struct. Whoops. Okay, where the fuck is that struct at? The socket within our mesh component to attach the actor to. The socket within our mesh component to attach the actor to. The source to launch this targeting query from. Let's look for that. Ability types. Okay. And this is inside of a struct for targeting location. Okay, I see. I gotta hurry up. Way too geeked up though. I don't see something in the roll. Under pressure, he gonna fold. The little nigga top. Okay, so I need to get my. Essentially, I know what's happening. I'm not even gonna say it out loud. I know what's happening here. We're getting the location, um, but it doesn't return. It doesn't return our rotation. It's weird. If we're getting our transform, it should return our rotation. Yeah, so this is getting a spawn target location. You gotta get transform, and we're getting this transform from here. But realistically, we need to check to see if this is equal to the camera, and if it's the camera, we want to get the. I need to see how they get the camera. Like, I don't feel like they get the camera's rotation, or they don't get the current rotation of the camera. It's like they cache it, maybe. Don't look like they use pitch at all either, so it's like weird. I could just do for this instead of doing this right here. Since I know for sure I'm going to be spawning this from the camera, I could just do. I got pretty much can get the context actor. We got a valid owner. Actually, let's make sure it casts to a character or an actor. Matter of fact, let's look for our specific class. I think, which is the character. Oh fuck, that's we can't do that. Uh, we can just find component by class. Fucking Christ. Decoupling code fucking sucks ass. I should have known that this was gonna need the camera. This doesn't depend on this, does it? I think it does. Yeah, this depends on this. Oof. Okay. Well, we don't really need the exact component. You can just get the camera component, pointer, and just find component by class, camera. And we'll set the transform. And I think this should get the location and rotation right here. Then we'll comment this out. Or we'll just wrap this in an else. No, still doing that. That's weird. Here, let me let's take a look at this. We found a camera. And where the fuck is my transform? Here, using components. Is this what it's getting? Let's get component transform, returns component to world. You know what? Okay. So I need to come on with this shit. Wait, is this a F block? It feels like a lot, but I just walked up and mining with 50. These nigga be funny, these nigga be cap. Go get you some money, go figure it out. These nigga broke and they reaching for clout. They reaching for clout. Fucking Christ. How's it not following my rotation? Unless It's possible that I might not be rotating my camera here. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, my forward vector should be wherever I'm looking. Not on rotation. That wouldn't make sense. Yeah, legit. Uh, hmm. Yeah, that's awkward. Why aren't we using the pitch here? Yeah, I wonder if I can do um the location, something similar to a line trace, where it's a location plus the forward vector. Let's see. I don't want to add the offset. It's weird though. Feel like it should, if the component's rotation is up, why the fuck aren't I using that as the rotation for the, so I'm still spawning fucking my actual forward vector. Because I think this is the, the camera view returns a point of view. Call out a camera class. No. Yeah, usually it's the rotation, bro. Like usually you can get the rotations vector. But maybe that's what I need, but isn't that the forward vector? Or maybe that forward vector grabs the world forward vector. Because I think even if I was turning to the side, it was still shooting. I mean, we can test. Yeah, because even if I was shooting over here, it's still spinning that way. Still. Mm, that's awkward. Why doesn't this math make sense? Hmm. Maybe I'm doing the math wrong. This is a line trace. I think it looks like one. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with my internet? You gotta be kidding me. I just freeze or something? Let me look at this fucking picture, you stupid internet. What the fuck is the problem then? Okay, spawn actor from camera. Let's just look that up. Yeah. Get its location and get its forward vector and multiply that by the distance in front of the camera. And make that a new location that uses a spawn location. I mean, yeah. But somehow it's not taking into account my pitch. Now, maybe that's because of a setting to not use pawn control rotation. But I thought that the camera was supposed to use pawn control rotation. One sec. Camera. There you go. Use pawn control rotation. If this camera component is placed on the pawn, should it use the view control rotation of the pawn where possible? Let me see. I mean, that's essentially the same thing, but okay. Nothing having to do with that in there. So let's set the rotation again to the rotation of the camera. Maybe I don't know why I wasn't accounting for pitch. Yeah, still not accounting for pitch. Let me try something else real quick. Oh, didn't need this. Huh. I don't know if I want the okay. So now I'm not Not the 0. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, so that just does not work. Okay. Um, I'm confused. Maybe I need this. Oh, maybe it's because I'm setting the velocity. It's probably because I do need to set the velocity. So we have the spawn location, but since the velocity is just straight on the X axis, I'm pretty sure that that's the problem. So I'll get my spawn transform, but I want to get my camera because I'm gonna need it later. Actually, here, we can take this down here. And realistically, we don't need this loop, but yeah, I'll leave this up here. Ah, that's not accessible. Okay, and we'll set that location, and then once we get this entity spawned here, I want to also grab a fragment on it, set its transform. I also want to grab I want to grab its F mass force fragment. Starting force, which I believe that's F mass force. Um, yeah, I gotta double check that. Simple mover trait. F mass force and F mass velocity. And I think we use the velocity. I might have to set the velocity to the vector. So I wouldn't have to set the force, I would just have to set the velocity. F velocity, what is that again? F mass velocity fragment. So if it has one of these velocity fragments, we want to set this to the rotation of the equals the camera dot get component rotation dot vector. All right, that should be good. If that doesn't work, I don't know why we're not spawning with the rotation. Because if we set our velocity to the forward, oh fuck, what's wrong? FS fragment. We're using Mass movement. So I need to include mass movement. We'll do a test, see if this works with the rotation. Then I want to do a test where where I test to see how many I could spawn before it like fucks with the frame rate. So let's give this something like maybe 10,000 or something. Change the visualizations, transform to let's change the scale of it a little bit. You know how this shit go, nigga. No deal, nigga. No deal. These niggas trying to fake love, funny in the face, and act like they real. That's the shit that get you good. That's the shit that get you grilled. That's the shit that get you fried. Oh, we're still spawning from there. Okay. That's the shit that get you cooked, nigga, get you fried. Now these honey shit they got. Kicking this shit to the ground. So maybe the starting force. F hmm. Let me look at this fucking simple mover trait. Well, the processor. Mover trait. Where are you? Ugh. All right, so mass samples, Pong, public processors, Pong processor, ball movement. And execute, we're grabbing our velocities, grabbing our transforms. And then we're setting our current location to the transform.get translation, our velocity to the velocities.value, and from our current location to the next or to our back. Okay, that's as it moves, where it's using the velocity to trace. But that's not it. Probably here. Mass transform and a simple movement. So on here we get our transform, we get our force, and we get our velocity. And then we get the transform, get our force, get our velocity, and say velocity plus equals force times delta time. And then we add to translation. Transform the change that add to translation velocity times delta time. So force is kind of guiding most of this. Our force takes our velocity to the forward vector times 10,000. So the force is a force mass fragment, and that's getting calculated every time. So I need to change the force instead of the whatchamacallit. So this is the float force amount. Set that to this, and this could be const. And we want to set this value to the rotation vector times the force amount. Maybe that's why. No. So either we're not picking up the rotation of the camera, or something's cucking me. Hmm. It's really annoying. Because in my mind, component rotation is this value, which is a fucking really essentially a vector. If you get the vector of it, but yeah, we just shoot in one direction. And it's awkward. Is that because that might be because, okay, let me check something real quick. I'm gonna just spawn. So this guy, if we set its let's just do initial speed, same thing, 10,000. Rotation follows velocity. Velocity remains vertical, which I think might be true. That might be the reason why. I think we have velocity remains vertical inside of our projectile movement sim. I gotta move this out of this folder here. About to be more global than anything. I don't know, we don't actually have that in there. I know it's an option. Okay, we'll let this do its thing. I'll put it on no gravity for now. Okay. And then instead of spawning this guy, I'm gonna spawn an actor. I don't really care about that. Okay. Oh. Just yeah, so what the fuck is going on with my I'm getting the rotation of the camera, so something is forcing this projectile to not accept my camera's rotation. So it's either is it the translator? No, this is projectile movement component. That's for something else. All right, so our movement processor, this is our paddle. This is our projectile. We get our velocities, which we should have set somewhere. Wait, does this run in the other? I bet you the simple movement one. It might run before this simple movement processor. It runs in the movement group, while this one runs in the sync world to mass. So I think this runs before. Let me look. Yeah, movement is last. So we'll start simming it beforehand and essentially set our velocity. Well, and no, the velocity is read only. So we're not setting the velocity here, we're just reading it. We do set our ignored actors. Yeah, this is just a read only fragment. It reads from the simple movement. So this guy is in control of setting the transform and the velocity. Now I wonder if since we don't set the hmm hmm what's going on here? Transform the general give beautiful transform set rotation to velocities I that value that to orientation quaternion. Okay, so here we set the velocity, but we never forceless because transform and change I give rotation not vector, which should be my camera. Yeah, this should be my camera essentially. this transform to change. Did I get rotation? That should be the rotation of my camera. And then we get the velocity and set that to, well, we cache the velocity right here and then set the velocity plus equals to force times delta time. And then we add translation here. And rotation follows velocity. Add tag requirement. Ooh, we might not have this tag. Let's look. This might be the reason. Find usages. We just add the tag requirement, but we add a tag right here. So, here we go. So rotation follows velocity. It should be true. Yeah, rotation follows velocity. That's getting processed, but so here we're mutating the velocity, but we never really mutated. Yeah, we're supposed to set this velocity. So I think we got to go velocity list. The velocity list. Because why are we reading and writing to this if we're not writing the velocity back into here? Because this is mutable. So this means that we're writing to it. And I think it's read write for, yeah. So we never wrote to it. That's probably why. Who knows? I can't be 100% sure. Have you ever tried using multiple spawners in a level? For some reason, nothing gets spawned when I have more than one mass spawner in the level. No, I haven't tried to use more than one spawner. You might have to do something custom, but I haven't looked. Oh shit, that's the wrong thing. All right, let's hook up our this guy again. Well, since we know this is not the issue, we can just come back over here and use the ability to do it. Now delete all of this. And I can actually delete this projectile too. And come in here and see if that was the issue. Yeah, so that was the problem. It's a little bit off, but what the fuck? Yo, what are you doing? Okay, so it might be because I'm double setting my force inside of the spawner here. Before I change it, I could double check without having to do extra work. Oh no, there's no undos. Damn, as soon as you leave, it gets rid of the undos. It might be because of this right here. We're setting the velocity, or we're setting the force when we don't need to, because it's double adding the vector now. So we just need to set the transform, and that's it. Our transform has the rotation of the camera, which is what do you use for? Oh, yeah, we got the rotation of the camera, so that should be Gucci. Did you debug what happens when you use two spawners? Ah, fuck. Now we're not getting nothing. Okay, that's not good. We're back to... Oh, fuck me. So this will spawn it. And for some reason, this is not doing anything. I didn't dig too deep. I kind of just assumed that it was still experimental, but I'll probably dig into it sometime later. Yeah, I would at least drop a breakpoint to see what's going on in there. Because it doesn't make sense to only have one spawn, like be limited to one spawner. But what I did notice about the spawner is that you probably only need one because you could have multiple spawn generators. Like if you look at the I have stepped through the code. So here this will show you what entity you can spawn, and you can spawn these different spawn data generators. So I'm guessing the reason that they only allow one is because you can add a new generator that could spawn somebody like over here. You know what I mean? Like, so you have like one spawner that's handling all the spawning, and then you have specific spawn data generators that are spawning your shits in different spots. But I still feel like that's kind of trash, because now you got to kind of think about for the proportion of, if I want 50 to spawn, or say you want 100 total entities to spawn, and you want 10 over here, 10 over here, 10 over here, 10 in the middle. How do you go about setting up the proportion so that that thing listens the right way? But it would be the same entity type. Yeah, but you can put more than one entity type. You just got to put the proportion up. But like I said, I've never tested more than one entity type and seeing like what happens. Could probably do that to see what happens, but I feel that might have something to do why they don't have or allow multiple mass spawners, since they're supposed to handle all the spawning essentially. Okay, so that's not working. But when I almost feel like I gotta set the velocity first, because there's nothing set in my velocity yet. So I'm gonna add, I guess I'll just add the velocity. But I swear to God, inside of the simple mover, we grab our transform, get the immutable transform, we get our force, we set our force to our value times our rotation dot vector. Now this might need to change to something different. Yeah, this might need to change to this value times the length of this vector here. But what was I going to change first? I was going to change, I'll do that as a second option. Let's close this. I don't need the Pong processors. So yeah, the first thing I was going to do is get the F mass velocity fragment, and then set the value to realistically, I'm gonna just grab the camera right off of it. Camera, get, I might get the component rotation, that vector. And if that don't work, I'll change it inside of the simple mover. But who's to say that that will work? It's a doozy here. Okay, that's still spawning. And basically it almost feels like it's not listening. Like almost, just a little bit. Okay, so since this doesn't work, we will go to the simple movements. And I think if we set the force, because technically this plus equals this. So the force gives me my, basically the amount of force I want. So if we do length like that, we might get something that makes sense here. I'm getting frustrated with this. I was supposed to play video games with my nephew, but he didn't call me, so he probably asleep. So I'm good. Okay, yeah, we're still not respecting the values here. I wonder if this transform is 0, 0, 0. It might be. I'm so big for my health. I want this. Okay. Where is this at? Oh God, am I an idiot? This is mass globals. Okay. That's probably why I haven't seen a sign yet. Mass globals. I forgot it was Monday. Is it? Well, now it's Tuesday, right? Or yeah, now it's Monday, yeah. For sure. Okay, let's see what this rotation is. Rotation is basically 0. Yeah, the rotation is basically 0. And then almost feels like this value should be, let me stop this. Oh shit, that worked. That's why. Okay. Okay, cool. Why the fuck are we stopping right there? Oh, they just stop. It just stops. Did that stop? Is that on the other part of the wall? Get out of my way, you bitch. Yep, it just stops right there. Okay. Yeah, and basically this is how shooting will work. But we get this stupid shit with the fucking the mesh component because we destroy the meshes and it fucks this up. I wonder if I need to, whenever this guy is destroyed. Yeah, that crash is gonna be annoying. Then we're in the zone. Yeah. I usually just fucking go until I finish what I set out to do. I try not to look at the time because then I'd be like rushing and shit. But I pretty much got what I want today. Tomorrow I'll try to focus on making the projectiles damage the entities. But first I'll make that I'll make that processor part of my global shit so that it's not in a whole nother module. And then another thing that's bothering me is this cooldown may seem like it's trash. I wonder what's counting the cooldown. Because 0.1, oh, the ability length is, The ability length is 1, but we don't want it to be 1. We want the length of the ability to be a single frame. How do I do that? Uh, yeah. Well, I want this to be. Mm, yeah, I want this time length to be. There's got to be a way to grab the. This only needs to fire off at 1 frame, but maybe if true ability will go indefinitely until all tasks are completed. This is only required if you have a task of indeterminate length. I'm tempted to try Midjourney. How does the prompting work? Should I choose Me6? If you got a Discord server, you can just add the Midjourney bot to your Discord. Like yeah, for me, I don't think this uses Me6. Wait, what's the prompt name? Do I not have this? Oh, it is Me6, yeah. Wait, is that Me6? No, it's a Midjourney bot. Yeah, you just gotta add the Midjourney bot. And then you'll be able to do that. And just type in your prompt. You gotta have a server. I don't know if it matters if your server has like anything in it. It just needs to be your own little server, I guess. Or you can use mine. I already got the fucking bot in there. You just go in there. Yeah, there's got to be a way to say, okay, in this, whenever this task is done. I don't want to I don't want to have to put a time in here. All right, let me reduce the amount of entities I have so that I don't run into that crash. Let's do 15. And then I want to basically spawn an absurd amount of these. I wonder if I could just loop the ability, like loop it. Holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck. Holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck. Boom, 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 boom. Holy fuck, oh, holy, holy, holy. Do, 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 do. Lollipop, lollipop, oh, lolly, 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 lollipop. Okay, so I think I can change this back to the I'm pretty sure I can change this back to this function right here. Since I know that this is not a problem. Here, we'll just do this right here. We'll set the camera. It should be used down here, right? Oh, we never do use it. Okay, cool. We don't need it. Bodo, bo, bo. Lollipop, lollipop. Oh, lolly, lolly, lolly. Lollipop. Bo, bo, bo. Yeah, if I were you, I'd pay the $10 for the Midjourney though. It's pretty good. It's $10. Plenty of ideas that you can get out of it. 200, you can do 200 tasks. I rarely use that amount. Like, there's some months I pay for Midjourney. I don't even use it. I haven't used Midjourney probably in. Let's take a look. What month are we in? What month is this? This is the last time I used Midjourney, July 4th. So yeah, on the day of our freedom as a country is when I fucking use Midjourney. And then before that, what? This had to be one day itself. This was probably one full day, June 26th. So I don't use it 100% every day, but for the $10, like having this many ideas get cranked out compared to waiting on a motherfucker that takes 3 weeks to crank something out, way worth it. Did I recompile? Okay. I feel like I'm in a roadblock for creative weapon designs. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. We're just spawning all kinds of them. Spawning all kinds of them. When's the frame rate drop? Oh shit. Is there a way? Can I do this like 300 on the X or something? Come on, man. Like, what's going on? Spawn them bitches a little bit away from me. Spawn them motherfuckers. Yeah, there we go. So I can fucking see. Bullet hell. And all of those are simulating their own little custom physics too. All right, let's do a little bit of tracing here. I don't think I'll trace it. I'll just fucking like see what the stat unit is and the stat FPS with and without it. Let's see here. So let's Alt P, and we're up to 8 milliseconds. We spawn balls every frame. We're looking at a lot. It takes a lot. It does take a lot. Render thread's not taking a lot, but that, okay, so the more that gets spawned, the more CPU we take. You can see it's like probably like a million of these motherfuckers or something. Here, let me there's gotta be a way to count how many come in. Let's count them. Maybe I could make a, let's make a task in here that just basically counts the no. What's the easy way to do this? Every time I spawn a new actor, it'll fucking, whatchamacallit? Okay, so just so I could keep track of how many are spawning so I can know what's the number, I'm going to loop this instead of we'll just loop this. We'll delay for a frame. And call fire weapon again, and then in the ability I won't loop it. And let's wait for a frame over, so 0.1 0016 maybe. Oh fuck. Well, let's see what number it starts getting crazy. Remember, none of these have been destroyed either. They're just in the world. So we're hitting 60 milliseconds right here. So I'd say about 500 is like kind of crazy. And that's because they don't have any processing LODs or anything. So at about 500, we start getting close to 30 FPS. So that's not too bad. I'm never going to spawn 500 bullets and never destroy them. One thing I probably could do is give them a lifetime. So like I'll write in the processor a lifetime for you process for this long and you haven't hit anything, destroy yourself. All right. Cause you're probably somewhere out in the abyss. And we need you to stop processing, goddammit. But for the most part, we got a pretty good and let me make this smaller for a little bit. All them bitches look so big, man. That's probably gonna be too small. Point one was kind of huge, right? Uh, point oh. Bro, are them bitches getting smaller? Am I not? What the fuck? What? Are you getting smaller? You small here, but what? What? Yo, what's going on? Uh why ain't this listening to the scale that I'm telling it to spawn at? Uh Weird. Yeah, cuz let's do something really small. Okay, yeah, it's just not listening. It's just not listening. That's all it is. It's just not listening. That's all it is. No big deal. Just not listening. Let's put this back on 1 and see if it changes the size of it. Nope, same size. Okay, so something else is controlling the scale of these. Is it my pong ball visualization here? Okay. Ball entity representation. High res spawner. Yeah, so what the fuck is going on where it's not respecting my authority? Respect my authority. Yeah, that's a weird one. It's not respecting the scale that I'm giving it, which makes no sense because if you're spawning something that I'm telling you to spawn at a certain scale, it doesn't make any sense that you're not listening. Yeah, like that's hella small. 0.0. 0.1 should be the perfect size for this, I think. So I'm confused as to what is making it spawn the shits at the same scale. Especially when the representation is supposed to handle, or the visualization is supposed to handle everything. Not sure there. That's something I'm not too concerned about. The next steps would be to make these balls do damage by whatever they hit. They'll do some damage to that thing, and then I don't think I wrote the code for the gravity in there, but there is code for gravity, which I will want to add to a projectile eventually, especially when I move this over to the global shit. Oh yeah, for the most part, this is how the ability system will work. Not like this, but essentially you'll come in here and when you press a key, it will... What's happening here? When you press a key, it's getting your ability system, and then it's telling this thing to create a context, and then it's activating that ability. But different from this is that this will reach out to a subsystem that has the specific ability cached somewhere, and then that will then handle the rest of this logic, or that would be the thing instead of keeping this on the actor themselves, I would keep it in a map somewhere on a game instance or something, and then fetch that from the game instance using the tag, and from there handle this logic right here. But I wouldn't want to do this anywhere in Blueprint. This is basically just going to add the tag to a player. So I'll finalize the way that this is supposed to flow today. I was just trying to see how to use one and two things together. But yeah, this will actually add a fragment to, well, no, realistically, for something like a gun, this is exactly how it's going to be. It's going to spawn the entity exactly like that. And then for an ability, which is something that I probably need to make a specific, well, we could still use the same projectile. Just maybe have the same processor, but give it a different, what's the name? A different entity type, or some different data for the trait. But yeah, this is going to fire a tag or add a fragment to this entity saying, hey, I'm activating an ability. And then once that gets processed by the ability processor, essentially, it will do this. It'll go into this state and then remove itself. So, or it'll fetch this, try to activate it, and then remove the fragment that I added here. Yeah, so that's going to have to be done inside of C++ because I do not feel like writing the blueprint code to be able to add a fragment. Even though I figured it out now, actually, it wouldn't be too bad to do it in blueprint because instead of adding the type, you add the instance. It's a new command that I learned the other day. So yeah, it wouldn't actually be that hard to do it that way. Yeah, so a couple of things I got to do tomorrow. Biggest thing is trying to get these projectiles to do damage because I'm trying to get closer to the like an internal test of connecting with other players and like doing this with more players to see how it works on a network scenario. So yeah, we'll see how that flies. But other than that, I'm pretty much good for today. Got a good head start on what I'm trying to do for the week. Even though I did want to make as close as I could a custom ability system. After looking at that code for just the state tree, fucking like handling how the state tree's data is maintained. Fuck that, brother. Fuck all that, you dig? I could have a pointer to this ability system component, and since this ability system component doesn't need anything else but itself, I could have it and probably get like it's how I could grab the like here you got a few functions like get the cooldown or is on cooldown or something like that. Is ability on cooldown, is passive active, is playing ability. You can have access to different data like that will maybe handle the checks inside the processor. I'll do some more planning tonight when I get in bed or this morning when I get in bed to kind of fine tune how this should flow. But yeah, this is just a quick test to see if basically the whole test today was to spawn an entity, or really the test was supposed to be spawning an ability, but basically this is what this is doing, but it's like the shorthand of it, like a real nasty get it working type of process. Yeah. Oh. But yeah, eventually I want to see these guys start damaging these guys. Okay, now I'm just bullshitting. All right, y'all. I'm push this to the source control, and then I'm finna probably play some Apex. and call it a day till my wife gets here. What we got? Almost 6 hours. Nice. So yeah, go ahead and send that on up. Today was a thinking day, no code, just thoughts. A lot of good hard work, man. Great progress. Devotion pays off. Sleep well. Yeah, same to you guys. Added. What the fuck? Boy, I be having so many bugs. Take it easy, brother. So many bugs after getting that damn bug thing in my house. All right, brother, you gotta die. You flying and shit. Flying around and shit. You can't be doing that. You might land on my eyeball. Added ability or added able. I think that's pretty much it. All right, I'll be on later today. Peace.